Welcome, I'm Paul, this is Dave. This is my channel's monthly compendium for the month of March 2025. 100 sleep stories uninterrupted, ad-free during the video, of the glitch and mysterious, anomalous, supernatural style. So tuck in, get cozy, and enjoy. Case file number 2311, written by Jawalter 2014. The Concrete Conundrum. Days ago, my mom and I were driving to go get some groceries. This was around 11 a.m., no later than 11:30. We passed by a gas station that had been flattened for months and under construction for a little while. The entire property looked like a hurricane hit it in October, as confirmed by Google Earth even now. And construction was at a standstill for months. On this day, when we passed around 11 a.m., I made the comment to my mom that it's crazy how they've been working on the station for months, but it's still just nothing. I made it a point to note to her that there was a single man there surveying, but nothing constructed as of yet. Fast forward, it's now 3:03 p.m. the same day. We're driving the same route back, past this gas station, to go to my sister's house 45 minutes away. There is now a completely assembled car wash frame standing, complete with freshly wet cement still visible. I knew that building was absolutely not there 3 hours ago and became alarmed immediately. I began shouting at my mom that that building was not there hours ago, and she told me to shut up, that she sees it too and she knows, in a manner that wasn't angry, almost a calming yet scared response, trying to reassure me that something isn't right. Anyone who knows me knows that my mom and I do not agree on anything, ever. My curiosity got the best of me, and I used DeepSeek to estimate how long it would take an average construction crew to assemble an average gas station car wash frame. 1,000 to 1,500 square feet. My house is 1,000 square feet, and this is definitely bigger than my house. Just cement and cinder blocks. This car wash specifically was assembled with cinder blocks, cement, and I'm guessing rebar as well, maybe not. 80 hours with a 6-person crew, scaled to 25 workers, 24 hours estimate minimum. I then asked if it was even possible to assemble in 3 hours. It said yes, but we'd have to have perfect conditions, have 100% human efficiency, ignore safety, ignore any and all curing time, ignore the laws of physics, ignore building code, etc. Theoretically possible, not practically possible, and definitely not something that a business would do. Had this car wash been there in the morning, the man who was surveying the site would have been obstructed from my view when I made the comment about there being no progress on the site. But I had no problem seeing him from at least 100 feet away. The nail in the coffin. As I said earlier, this gas station has been closed for months. It was a pile of rubble when Google Earth came to town in October. In the most recent Google review, 2 months ago, for the gas station, the reviewer said that they had a good experience, since the gas station reopened after being closed for a while. That gas station was not open 2 months ago. It wasn't even open 4 months ago. But supposedly, he went there after it was closed for a while? I've lived in the same town my entire life, and this gas station has only been under construction as of recently. It's not possible that the reviewer was referring to it being closed for construction previously, because it had not been closed, other than outside normal business hours at all in recent history. I can remember being in middle school 15 years ago, and it always looked the same. Seeing into different realities, perhaps it was under construction for maybe a week prior to this, and you just saw it a few times, maybe just this once, in a different universe where it's still just being surveyed. Case file number 2312, written by Cheater42. The Porsche, the Paradox, and the Fireball Finale. Many years ago, I was attending a training seminar for a new job at the Washingtonian, a large hotel conference center fronting I-270 in Gaithersburg, Maryland, just outside DC. When I arrived, the parking lot was almost full, so I had to go park out near the freeway. As I was getting out of my rental car, I glanced at the freeway and my gaze was immediately locked on an approaching car. It was a silver Porsche 914, and I watched it intently until it disappeared in the distance. I distinctly remembered being puzzled as to why I had been so focused on that car. I liked the model well enough, but it wasn't a Ferrari or some other exotic. My attention was a bit unusual, but nothing really special, and I shrugged it off and went about my business. The experience, however, was notable enough that I became more aware of the 914 and eventually bought one. 3 years later, I was driving my new silver Porsche 914 on I-270 to DC for a meeting, and I noticed the Washingtonian sign as I approached it, and as I passed by, I distinctly saw myself standing next to that rental car in the parking lot watching me back. It felt like touching a live wire. I knew without a doubt that it was me watching me drive by. Shaken, I got off the freeway at the next exit and worked my way back to the motel. But the lot was almost empty and there was no sign of me. But I now knew the reason why that encounter 3 years previously stuck in my head. Some kind of weird causal loop connected my past and future self. Not too long after that car almost killed me. I was driving on a rural highway one night, and all of a sudden I could smell very strong gas fumes. Within seconds, the passenger compartment lit up as the engine, located just behind the two-seated cabin, caught on fire. I bailed out at 40 miles an hour and watched the fuel tank explode. The magnesium wheels and transmission case catch on fire. It was quite the show. A couple weeks later, I got a recall notice from Porsche. It seems the fuel injector lines were in danger of cracking and dumping raw gas all over a very hot engine. I used the insurance settlement to buy a new one. Bold of you. But yeah, we just had a recent story where a man was just walking or jogging in a forest or a path, and he ran into himself a decade later. He didn't know at the time until he eventually gets there, and yeah, there's some sort of causal time loop portal or space-time aberration going around. That's spreading like the flu, but much less unpleasant. Case file number 2313, written by Time Place 5719. Wrong address, right friend. On my daughter's birthday, I had to run an errand to pick up a balloon inflator that a friend had kindly offered us. My wife and I talked about it in the morning, but we didn't agree on a time, and she never gave me the friend's address, so I completely forgot about it. Later that day, I wanted to get some pots for planting to have my plants ready for the party. I searched Facebook Marketplace and found someone giving away 10 nice pots. We agreed on a price, and I went to pick them up. I had the seller's address on my phone and entered the house number into my car's navigation. For some reason, I was convinced the house number was 22. I knocked on the door, and to my surprise, my friend opened it. She looked confused since we hadn't arranged a time for me to pick up the balloon inflator, and I was equally confused as to why she was answering the door. She was in the middle of a video call and told me to wait a minute. Still puzzled, I quickly asked, "Are you living with Lucy?" Lucy being the person selling the pots. She frowned and said, "Lucy? No. Wait a minute." I went back to my car to check my phone and realized the actual address was number 26, not 22. My friend then came out with the balloon inflator and said, "I didn't know you were coming to pick this up. Hope it's useful. Say hi to your wife and enjoy the party." I asked again, "Do you know Lucy?" She laughed and said, "Oh, Lucy is my neighbor." At that point, I had to explain, "Look, I actually came to pick up some plant pots, not the inflator. I wasn't planning on getting it today, and I didn't even know your address." She looked confused, I was confused. Then I knocked on Lucy's door, explained everything, and honestly, nobody really understood what had just happened. The city is huge, with at least 100,000 houses. Google Maps had no idea about the party, the pots, or the balloons, and to be honest, I am still confused. Well, at least it was a glitch that worked out. Case file number 2314, written by Humbly Human 888. The Spot. When I was around 15 to 16 years old, my friends and I had this place that we nicknamed The Spot. It was a huge sand dune on the inlet that overlooked the skyline of our beach town and ocean. It had an incredible view. The closest beach access parking was over an hour's walk away, and it's illegal to be on the sand dunes due to conservation movements in the state. We were dumb teenagers and have since learned from our actions. We knew to respect the land enough to not litter or kick sand or anything, just sit and appreciate. One night, my best friend and I were making our trek to the spot. At one point in the walk, I looked over to my right to the inland side and took notice of 3 condos standing solo in the landscape. No other developments, quite a rare sight to see in Florida, especially our touristy town. I looked the other way to the ocean side and saw a heron wading in the water on one leg, an airplane gliding in the distance behind him. I took a deep breath of the salty air and took notice of how beautiful it is to live here. Well, a few minutes go by, 5, maybe 10 maximum, and I notice we are approaching 3 condos again. I look over to the water and see a heron on one leg and a plane passing behind. Okay, weird. Few more minutes pass by, and then again. Same 3 condos, same heron, same plane. I thought I was going crazy until my best friend broke the silence and said, "Dude, I swear we've passed by that bird 3 times now." We are freaking out a bit. She jokes we are in a time loop. It becomes less funny as we see it again, 2 more times. We don't know what to make of it, so we just keep walking. Some more minutes go by, and we stop. We turn around to look back, and we see the lights of 3 condos, way off in the distance, like 2 miles at least. We just laughed at ourselves, but still unsettled. We made it to the spot, and we ended the night on a good note at least. Now get this, fast forward about 5 or so years later, and I experienced another glitch. A new restaurant had opened up. It was located right behind the restaurant I was working at the time. We shared a little outside backyard, and we take breaks together. I also ate there with my neighbors. It's located on a cute little downtown street called Canal Street, where there's a bunch of shops and restaurants. That morning was a gloomy morning. The street was deserted. I'm driving down the street with my boyfriend, and I get to the end of the street, look to my left, and see the restaurant. I got very confused because it's supposed to be at the front of the street and to the right of me. So I asked my boyfriend why they have 2 locations on the same street. He doesn't understand what I'm talking about, acts as if it's always been there. I was stopped in the street looking at it confused for like at least 30 seconds. I loop through and go back to the front of the street and find the location I remember, exactly where it should be. I pointed out to my boyfriend, and he has no idea what I'm talking about. Just completely forgot the conversation we just had in front of the other location. So I drive to the end of the street to show him, and it's gone. Totally vanished, replaced by the same empty buildings for lease that I knew to always be there. I drove around the street for a couple more times to confirm what I saw, but everything was back to normal. The kicker? That restaurant is named The Spot. Literally. Look up The Spot in New Smyrna Beach, Florida, and you'll find it. I just think it's so crazy that 2 very concerning slips of reality that I ever experienced both involve places called The Spot. It is crazy, and it's almost like your soul was disconnected from your body and interfacing with different versions of yourself across the multiverse, although you also experienced the time loop with your friend. Some crazy wacky stuff going on. Case file number 2315, written by Admirable Flow, the bus passenger who hit respawn. So a while ago, I was riding on a city bus. I was sitting in the middle, facing the back side. A girl with headphones in her 20s appears from behind me and places herself in the standing area just in front of me. She doesn't sit anywhere, which is weird because the bus was almost empty, and she was loaded with shopping bags and a backpack. She spent around 15 minutes while talking constantly on her phone. Then I clearly saw her heading to the back door, getting off the bus, and walking away. I think to myself, finally some quiet. So another 10 minutes, and a couple of bus stops pass by, and suddenly, bam, like a déjà vu, the same girl with the bags and the headphones appears from behind me again, and takes the same spot she was standing the previous 15 minutes, while still talking on the phone, and continues the ride. It was just like when you die in a video game and it respawns you back to the last checkpoint. Anyway, my stop came shortly after that, so I didn't have the time to reflect on the situation more thoroughly. No idea how or why she made that stunt. or the universe did. Case file number 2316, written by Tart Art, When the World Wept With Me. My father passed when I was 5. The day he died was when I got some of my first memories. That was when I truly started to think. It was 4 a.m. when I awoke to my mother screaming, and as I walked out of my room, I saw my father on the couch gasping for air. He was having a heart attack. I did not realize at the time how serious this was, for I simply sat next to him as he was slowly dying. I wanted to be near him in order to comfort him in any way. When the ambulance came to take him to the hospital, I watched him get lifted out on the stretcher, and that was the last time I saw him. Once my mother and I drove to the hospital, I sat in the waiting room for a good 20 minutes with my grandfather, expressing how, after all this was over, my mother, father, and I would all go to Disney. I truly thought in those blissfully unaware 20 minutes that my father would come out unharmed. However, right when I saw my mother and grandmother walk out of the ER doors, I knew he was gone. He died on the way to the hospital. He had no chance. I became acutely aware of how cruel the world was at such an early age, that it's no wonder I have suffered from mental issues my whole life. As we all packed into my grandparents' car to stay at their condo for a little, it started to rain heavily, just as the sun was breaking through the sky. I remember looking out the window and watching the world cry for my father. It was such a beautiful moment to see us drive over the bridge and get to view the ocean light up with the rays of the sun and the cool raindrops falling upon the car. At that moment, I truly believe my dad went to a better place, wherever that may be. I've told this to many people, and they all think I hallucinated it as a way to cope with my trauma, but I know it was real. Every now and again you get stories that just make you tear up a bit when you read it. I'm sorry for your loss. Case file number 2317, written by Burnt Sierra, The House Full of Red Letters. When I was about 15, I had a friend whose grandparents lived on a farm about 30 minutes out of town. On the edge of the property was a house her grandmother grew up in, which was not in the best of shape and had been abandoned. My friend had invited a few of us out to their cabin for a sleepover, and in the early evening, we decided to go explore the house as my friend said she had never been inside. The house was locked, and most of the windows were boarded up except one, which we used to get in. Inside the house, we found a somewhat unsettling scene. The house looked like the family had just left all their belongings behind and abandoned the house. A book on the couch, which was flipped over to hold its spot, dishes in the sink, and even a pot on the stove, which had a layer of filth inside, like whatever it had contained had degraded to mush and dried up. The staircase was very rickety and leaning to the left, so we went up one at a time and I went first. The bedroom upstairs were similarly abandoned. The wardrobe in one of the bedrooms was open and a moth-eaten dress lay out on the bed. I even found a necklace with a delicate cross pendant on it, on the floor by the bed, which I took with me. We were all a little spooked, but too curious to leave, until we found the doll. In one of the children's bedrooms right under the window was a small desk, with nothing on it but a doll lying on its back in the middle. It was about the size of my hand, with short blonde hair and wide blue eyes. I noticed what looked like a little flap on its chest as it was slightly open, so I opened it all the way, which covered its face. In bright red letters, "Get out." I did not hesitate to obey, and shouted to my friends that we needed to leave. I already felt fairly uncomfortable, but when I read the doll's message, I felt like I was being watched. We all hurried down the stairs one by one and crawled out of the window. Once we had ran past the tree line, which surrounded the old house, we stopped, and I explained what I saw, and one of my friends said she had seen the message too when I lifted the flap. We didn't tell my friend's grandmother what we did, but apparently she told my friend later that they just transitioned out of living at that house and left a lot of stuff behind, and then boarded it up when they had built their new house. I still have the necklace, but I have never worn it as it just reminds me of what happened. Case file number 2318, written by TDW12, Rock and Roll and the Mystery Man. I was jamming with a bunch of friends in a friend's basement. It's basically one large room, and at the end, there's a door leading to the stairs, and perpendicular to that, there was a bathroom on the right wall, and a little office his dad used on the left wall. So we were all playing our instruments. I was set up so that I was basically the only one facing the stairs in the other two rooms, and I saw what looked like a tall, elderly man come out of the bathroom on the right, walk across to the room on the left while looking at me. I didn't really register what I saw until like a minute later, when we were done playing a song, and I looked back up to the stairway. I told my friends what I saw, and they just said it was probably just friend X using the bathroom. He had gone there a few times before, but during that song we were playing, absolutely all of us were in the room, and there was no one else in the house, because my friend's parents were off on vacation. He had also told me about weird stuff happening in this house before, like unexplained noises. I'm pretty skeptical and not sure I believe in ghosts, but remembering that kinda wigs me out, and I still don't have a rational explanation for it, because no one else was there. Case file number 2319, written by Legend 5V. The Walking Spoiler Alert. I know things. This has happened many times, countless. I warn people of something coming out of nothing. Sometimes it's small, like, today is a bad day to go to the park, let's not go. What happened that day? It hails hard. I have a bad feeling about this gas station. Let's go to the next one. It's out of gas. Actual story. I begged my mom this one time, knowing has been happening all my life, to pick me up from school instead of making me take the bus. And she caved in and said she'd get off work early that day. My friends on the bus then told me that its engine had died and they were stuck for hours. Sometimes the info just comes to me. I learned about a topic, let's say how black holes are made. Next day, we had a huge discussion in class about it, and I sounded like a genius. I learned how to solder. I need to fix my computer the next day. Yes, it's sometimes that absurd. It's more cool than creepy, almost like a superpower. But I wouldn't call it normal, knowing it happens about once a week. This is very cool, and yes, it is like a superpower. Your subconscious pulling on the threads of information from the universe. Case file number 2320, written by Arctic Puppets. When the walls whisper and the dog knows. There is an attic above my parents' washer and dryer. It's a small closet-like place down the hall that the bedrooms are attached to. Well, one year, randomly, we could hear crawling around up there like an animal or something. Sometimes you would hear scratching. Then the white ceiling, which was white, was stained for a bit, like an off-brown color, and the closet stunk so bad we hardly ever wanted to open it. We called an exterminator as we suspected raccoons or something found its way in there somehow. By the time the exterminator came a day later, the stain was gone, along with the smell. He crawled up there, and there were zero signs of animals and no urine or feces around anywhere. It never happened again after that week. My parents' house isn't that old, maybe 25 years or so, but we always suspected it had to be haunted in a sense. A few times my dad woke up with big scratches on his back. In the middle of the night you would hear walking down the halls, but never see anyone. Sometimes when you were in our basement, you'd hear these same footsteps, and run upstairs to see if one of our parents came home, and no one would be there. Just lots of strange things like that. We had a dog that never barked, ever. One day, my mom was in the living room chair, and she said she felt like someone was behind her. Our dog sprung up off the couch and began barking and snarling his teeth down the hall. He stared into the back bedroom, which was my sister's at the time, and continued for a while until my mom was able to snap him out of it. It was strange. My sister and my room shared a wall, and at night she would often talk in her sleep, and laugh in a really creepy laugh. It scared the hell out of me. To this day, my mom and I swear it was some kind of spirit, causing the smell and stain, along with being responsible for the noises in the attic. My dad and brother wouldn't buy it, but just typing this all creeps me out still. Case file number 2321. Written by 614 Elizabeth. A shadow in the night, a mystery in the morning. I crashed with some friends in their living room couch for a few months. They were big partiers, and I was used to them and their friends coming and going at all hours of the day and night. This only lasted a few months before we moved into a bigger place together, so I didn't mind. One night, around 11:40 p.m., I heard a weird shuffling noise coming from outside the front door. Definitely someone there. A few quiet minutes passed, and no one came in. I was worried that it was one of my roommates, coming home drunk, and thought maybe they needed help. So I got up and went to peek out of the small window by the door. Sure enough, one of my roommates was standing outside, maybe 4 feet away from the door. She was facing the other way, looking out into the distance. She didn't move, but I didn't notice anything concerning, and figured that maybe she was outside watching her ride roll away, smoking a cigarette, something like that. I didn't open the door, and she never noticed me, and I just went back to the couch. I fell asleep not long after that, and I don't remember her coming in that night. But the next morning when I woke up, she was there. I told her I heard her come home that night before, and asked her what she was doing outside. She seemed confused, and told me she had been at the bars till closing time, and didn't get home until almost 3 a.m. I insisted that I had seen her there for hours before then, that I had gotten up to check on her and remembered the time and everything. She said that wasn't possible, and her and our other roommates told me that I was probably just dreaming. I gave up on trying to get them to believe me, but I hadn't even fallen asleep yet when everything happened, and I know what I saw. Yeah, this is probably soul projection. She projected her essence, a part of it, back home, where she probably wanted to be, but her physical body wasn't there. Case file number 2322, written by Macaroon number 3665. Rosaries Rex and a Vanishing Interstate. About 2 years ago, me and two of my friends, Mary and Laura, were going on a trip for Mary's 21st birthday. Mary always had the idea that she wouldn't live to make it to 21, and is extremely Catholic. We left for a trip mid-afternoon on a Friday, so the roads were busy. At every single stop we made, Mary prayed with her rosary in her hands, and sprinkled holy water on all of us and around the car. Mary was already tense driving, as the roads were busy, and could hardly ever switch lanes due to all the cars zooming by. We are cut off by a car going at least 85 miles per hour. Moments before this, I and Laura are looking behind us to make sure Mary can switch lanes and tell her it's no good, there's too many cars coming. Mary loses control of the car and we spin repeatedly until we crash into the guardrail. When we get out of the car, there's no cars on the interstate. This is 5 p.m. on a Friday. We had just seen the cars 2 minutes beforehand. To this day, none of us know what happened, but we all had a very uneasy feeling that something just wasn't right. While I'm grateful we weren't hit while riding in Mary's Mini Cooper, my friends and I to this day cannot explain what happened. Mary was convinced we died and went to an alternate timeline, as she was certain she was going to die before she turned 21. I honestly don't know what happened. I think Mary was correct, although die in the sense of that universe and only that universe. You're just in a different one, no sweat. Case file number 2323, written by Trust Nobody. Was that teleportation or just Arizona? Well, I wouldn't have thought much of it myself if my brother didn't say what he did. What he said would have been random otherwise. He said, "Did they just teleport?" Which sounds ridiculous, right? But I thought the exact same thing. I think we're in Arizona visiting some dam, walking up its path. Basically, this older woman and younger man appeared seemingly out of nowhere. You didn't necessarily see it, but you felt it. This happened in 2018. I was 15. My brother would have been 18. I have problems socializing, and that involves communicating with direct family. So my brother and I have never spoken about this, but I would think he'd remember it. It has come to the point where you doubt that that was what you think happened. But again, my brother said, "Did they just teleport?" If he didn't say that, I may have just let myself forget about it. This is how I most accurately remember it. And the old woman, young man, even said a few things, I think to my family. Not sure what, just that I'm pretty sure they interacted with us. And they never disappeared, just that they seemingly came out of nowhere. Yeah, space-time portals are everywhere, and they may not even have noticed they crossed into one. Maybe if they had the view of the dam in sight, but given their reaction, none at all, they probably didn't even realize. Case file number 2324, written by Sirachiles. The Flash, the Ship, and the Forgotten Exit. I was like 7 to 10 years old. My mom was getting off the interstate at an exit we took all the time. The one we normally took to go to a store. Well, when we were getting off here on this exit, I was sitting in the back seat. And I looked out to the left side of the car, and my cousin was with me. And he too was looking out, and we saw a huge black spaceship. At least an object that looked like one. Triangular in shape, but not exactly a triangle. And went nose first into the ground behind the tree line. It would have crashed in the position it was in. It was not landing. It looked like a ship. My cousin saw it, I saw it. Then there was a green flash. Not big enough to capture the attention of everyone around us, but we immediately asked my mom if she saw that too, to the left, and she was like, nah, what the hell? Scared the crap out of us for the rest of the day. For context too, this was like 20-ish years ago. I'm not entirely sure how old I was. All I know is I never wanted to go to that side of the town again. Funny enough though, I have. Nothing is there besides a neighborhood and a store. But I swear to this day, I know what I saw. I really do believe aliens are here, examining us. And maybe they have technical problems all the time too. I mean, even if technology is advanced, well, that would just mean there's more things that can go wrong. So, they may be incredibly smart and advanced, but maybe issues still happen. Although in this case, did you really see a crash? Was it just a horizon blocking it, and it still just went about its way without issue? Probably the latter, but who knows? Case file number 2325, written by Anonymous. 3 times Lisa. So I was sleeping, and I had a dream that someone in my family passed away. I didn't really think much of it. A few days later, on a Wednesday morning, the dream continued. It honestly didn't feel like a dream. It felt like I got a glimpse of the future. I just remember laying on my bed, feeling panicked, breathless, and scared, because it felt so real. I remember hearing one of my aunt's names 3 times in this dream. I brushed it off and went to a thrift shop. While at the thrift shop, I just got this urge to tell her about my dream. I told her about how it felt so real, and how I didn't really see a face in my dream. It was more of a feeling, but I remember seeing a lot of faceless people. They were mourning inside a place that looked like a house. I told her about how I wished the dream wouldn't come true, and how I wanted to call my aunt and check up on her. On Thursday, a family member texted me saying that my sister passed away in her sleep. She was in her early 30s with no health conditions we knew about. I guess it was just a natural death. She had a daughter she named after my aunt, whose name I heard in my dream. My grandma was on the phone with my niece, and she said the same aunt's name 3 times. I remember this clearly. She said, "Why is everyone saying Lisa, Lisa, Lisa? What's wrong with her? Did she faint because of the shock?" I remember sitting in my room confused while trying to convince myself that it was all a nightmare. I still think about this from time to time. It's so weird, and the only one who believes me is my younger sister, because I told her about it the day before. No matter how much I think about it, it's something that just can't be explained. I don't know if it was just my wild imagination or a dream that ended up coming true. I usually can't remember my dreams, but this dream is one I'll never forget. It gives me the chills and creeps me out every time I think about it. Case file number 2326, written by I Turn 2 DJ. Same ink, same story, different lives. About 15 years ago, had an awful breakup. I got a tattoo, Alice volat propris, on my foot. Years later, I randomly moved to Oregon. I'd lived in Ohio, never thought of Oregon before. On a date, we talked about tattoos one night. The guy said, Alice volat propris is Oregon's motto. It was a serendipitous moment for me then. 2 years later, a bigger shocker hit me. I was in San Francisco for my birthday, with my boyfriend and daughter at Lombard Hill. Next to a group of girls, I looked down, saw a girl with the exact same tattoo as mine. Same spot, same print, everything matched. I got excited and commented on it to them. Her friend said, "Tell her the story." She had my exact story. A bad breakup too. Moved to Oregon from Ohio unplanned. Learned it was a state motto after moving. Joking, she knew she was in the right spot. I think it was a glitch in the matrix. She was me in another life. It's too crazy. P.S. I have witnesses. It really happened. Wished I'd swapped info. Still wonder now. Yeah, I would have gotten her number, no doubt about that. Case file number 2327, written by AnyStick2180. My kid turned a locked room into a mystery novel. I still can't explain this. About 3-ish years ago, when my daughter was around 4, I had a sitter over, and I went into my room to get ready to leave. I closed and locked the door, and I specifically remember making sure it was actually closed all the way and fully locked. A few minutes go by, and I hear my daughter at the door loudly jiggling the handle trying to get in and calling for me. I was around the corner in the bathroom, and when I came out maybe a minute later to let her in, she was just standing there right inside the room. The door was still closed and locked behind her. I never heard the door open or close. I asked her how she got in, and she just stood there and said, "I don't know." It really freaked me out. I asked the sitter if she saw anything, but she was in the other room and didn't know what happened either. Maybe there's a logical explanation, but I haven't been able to come up with one. Case file number 2328, written by 5Nick. The Lady, the Hiss, and the Man Who Wasn't There. Me and my boyfriend were in the mountains in Poland. The way you get into the mountains is horse-drawn carriages. So we were in the area where everyone was waiting for the carriages to come and pick us up. I was on the edges of the woods looking for bugs. Everyone else was waiting on the road. There was a decent amount of people there, so multiple carriages were needed. I noticed an older lady go into the woods. I specifically noticed this because no one else was venturing into the woods. Everyone else was patiently waiting on the road or staying at the edge of the woods. And it was even weirder because she was going in alone. I was on the edge of the woods, near where she went in. Then, my boyfriend said he heard a hissing sound coming from the woods. I joked, "Maybe it was that lady that went into the woods." As soon as I said that, the person came out of the woods. My boyfriend looked perplexed and said, "You mean the man?" The person looked exactly the same, wore the same jacket, had the same build, except this time, the hair was shorter and the face was obviously male. I said, "That's weird. I could have sworn that he was a lady when he went in. I remember them having a woman's haircut and being a woman, but I assumed I was just crazy." Then my boyfriend said, "Yeah, I saw a lady go in too. I'm really confused. They're even wearing the same jacket." We kept watch to make sure 2 people didn't go into the woods and we mixed them up, but no one else came out of the woods. The carriage came and the man got on it, all alone. There were too many people, so we all had to wait longer for the next carriage, and still no lady came out of the woods. I would have assumed I was seeing things, but my boyfriend clearly saw it too. Case file number 2329, written by Slow Jinx. Davy's Impossible Hide and Seek. I'm sitting in the living room of my small condo with my little dog, Dave. Dave is 20 pounds, a red mutt, Min Pin Chihuahua Terrier mix, if I had to guess. The oven timer goes off, and Dave follows me into the kitchen to take out some food. He loves the smell, so he lingers, and does not follow me back into the living room. I hear his little paw nails clicking around on the wood floor, probably trying to get a better sniff. A minute or 2 goes by, and I realize I don't hear my dog anymore, so I call to him, "Davy, Davy." No response, which admittedly, this is not 100% uncommon, so I get up. Much to my surprise, he is not in fact in the kitchen, sniffing the oven treats. He's also not in the dining area or by the front door. There's literally nowhere else he can be. I have a baby gate blocking the kitchen and living room hall from the bathroom and bedroom area. I have no furniture that does not rest on the ground, but I move the couches away from the wall. He can't fit behind my bookcases or entertainment center. I check anyways. There's nowhere else for him to be. Davy! Silence. My heart starts beating quickly, and I spin around in wonder in the middle of the dining area. Is this it? I say out loud. Is it happening? Silence. I try to calm myself. I want my dog back. Then I stare at the frosted glass of the closed pantry door in the hallway. The light is off inside, as it should be, and the door is tightly closed and latched. I walk slowly to the pantry. I turn the doorknob, silently inching open the door. Lying on the floor staring up at me is little Davy. You know, pets, especially cats and dogs, they don't obey the rules that we do. At least, they don't have to. Case file number 2330, written by No Yogurt Closet 6008. The deck stacked against logic. My story is about two brand new unopened decks of playing cards, deck number 1 and deck number 2. And they are identical in the sense that the same casino logo are on the card covers. Both decks were boxed and wrapped individually in brand new shrink wrap plastic. Had been in my drawer for many months. One Friday night, we were going to a friend's to play poker and needed a deck. So I grabbed one of the brand new decks, deck number 1, to use and play. I left the other identical new deck with wrapping in the drawer. We realized partway through the night that one card was missing from the 52 deck. Very strange, considering it was a brand new deck we had just unwrapped that night. We searched all over the playing table area and in between chairs, in case it was accidentally misplaced or dropped by us while playing, but could not find the missing card. We stopped the game entirely to determine that the missing card was the 4 of hearts. At this point, I put my incomplete 51 card deck in my pocket, and we continued the poker night with another friend's deck of cards. Later that evening, on my way home, in my car ride, I pull out the deck from my pocket, and now the 4 of hearts is back on the deck. I held the 4 of hearts card in my hand in the car. The card had reappeared. My friend and I had a chuckle, but we all commented how weird and spooky that already was. If this story ends here, then it's really no big deal, right? I get home, sheepishly chalk up the strange evening to my friends and I being incompetent. Folks who can't find a simple card in front of our eyes. I laugh at myself, shuffle the deck, and put the deck, deck number 1, back into its cardboard box. And I throw the deck of cards back into my drawer and go to sleep. At this point, it was back to a complete 52 card deck. I wake up the next morning, and the incident was still bugging me a bit. So I open the drawer and pull out the deck, deck number 1, and I count 51 cards? One card was missing. I count again, 51 cards. At this point, I flip over the cards to try to find the 4 of hearts. It was missing. Now, I had this feeling in my gut that I've never felt before. A sense of disbelief, mixed with a sinking WTF bewilderment. I calmly put the deck down. And to this day, I'm not sure what compelled me to do what I did next. But I picked up the second, brand new, unopened deck of cards, deck number 2, in the same drawer. That still had the shrink wrap protecting it. I slowly unwrap and open this new second deck. I flip it over to see all the cards. And in a new pristine deck of cards, all cards are in order as we know. On top was, of course, Ace of Spades, then King of Spades, Queen of Spades, etc. I proceeded to slowly thumb through this second new deck, that again I literally just opened myself and unwrapped the shrink wrap from. As I got to the heart section, the cards jumped from 5 of hearts to 3 of hearts. One card was missing, the 4 of hearts. I was numb at this point. And for the first time, I asked myself out loud if I was dreaming this. But it doesn't end here. I proceeded to thumb through the rest of the second new deck face up. And at the end of the deck, The last card in a brand new deck of cards was the Four of Hearts, out of order from the rest of the new deck, which was in perfect order, except for this one card. That was 20 years ago, and to this day my friends and I still can't explain it. We don't know what happened that night and day. Kinda like the universe itself was playing a magician's trick on you. Sounds like it was a good performance. Case file number 2331, written by Hello MPN. The elusive elves hide baking secrets. This story happened in 2021. I lived in a house with 4 other friends, and a lot of strange things used to happen there. There was this one day when we wanted to bake a pie, and we were going to use one of those pans with a removable bottom. We couldn't find the bottom no matter how hard we looked. We searched the entire house. We checked every corner of the kitchen. To give you an idea, I even looked in the laundry room. We didn't find it. A few months later, we're in the kitchen chatting, just the 5 of us in the house. One of my friends was washing the dishes. She washed a large baking tray, dried it with a towel, and placed it on top of the fridge, on top of the other trays. We saw some kind of movement. It was really quick. We only caught a glimpse of something shifting on the top of the fridge. My friend grabbed the exact same tray she had just placed there, and inside it was the missing bottom of our pie pan. The bottom was completely dusty, as if it had been sitting in a really dirty place. It was totally weird, and none of us had any explanation for what happened. That house had a lot of stories like this. We used to say it was the elves who lived there, playing these tricks on us. Isn't it the elves that manage time? Every minute is baked in, created for us? Case file number 2332, written by Look, It's Audrey. The Midnight Passage, Unheard, Unknown. When I was a kid, my older sister had friends over. There were 3 of us in the sofa bed that night. Keisha on one side, me on the other, Kristen in the middle. My sister slept in a recliner by her bedroom door. The recliner was leaning against the door outside. It blocked the door so it couldn't open easily. We're all light sleepers, especially my sister. When we woke up, Kristen was gone from the bed. We thought she'd snuck upstairs for breakfast. We decided to head up, but my sister needed her room. She moved the recliner and opened the door. Kristen was tucked into my sister's bed inside. We woke her up, asked how she got in without waking us up. She thought we pranked her, moved her in the night. It took months for her to believe it wasn't us. Sleeping teleportation. It does happen. Case file number 2333, written by Stoic Laddie. A step left, a life saved. So, around 3.5 years ago, I was hiking in the Isle of Skye, the epic Munro Blob Bane. I was using walking sticks and the hike was getting crazy. Wind was picking up, and I had a hairy ascent up the area of Scree, then had about a half mile up until the peak. This last section was effectively bouldering over these huge rocks. It was too difficult to traverse with my walking sticks. So as I got to this ledge of a large boulder, I placed my sticks down, at a spot where I thought it would be easy to grab on the way back. So then I started pulling myself up this ledge, like doing a chin-up, and then eventually pulling myself up. Just as I was getting up to my feet, I heard a horrifying sound. Grinding boulders from above. I'm getting goosebumps just writing this. It was clear that I had somehow disturbed the rock formation, and boulders were about to fall down from above. I have no idea what happened really from then. It was like I went out of my own body. Next thing I know, I was standing to the left of the rock formation, on some grass which I didn't know was there before, and I watched as these massive boulders slid down and crushed the place where I had left my walking sticks. I've never felt anything like it. I felt an icy chill on my bones. It was like I would have been crushed at that moment, but somehow I wasn't. I can picture the event that could have occurred. I can almost feel my last moments if I had went the other way, and I hadn't moved in time. I would have never met my 2 kids if this happened. So I'm super grateful, but I have this weird feeling that a quantum me was actually crushed under there and went down as another sad hiking stat. The truth is, there are a lot of those stats that exist where people are jumped to a different universe, but in the original they come from, yeah. People mourn them. They think they're gone forever, but they don't know about quantum immortality. We do. So it does open up new avenues of interest, but it doesn't help those that mourn us in the original universes. Case file number 2334, written by Still Jukebox. A wedding, a suit, and a glitchy statement. To start, I am a very detailed-oriented person, and I do not lose much of anything, especially things dealing with my wedding. This event is one that puzzles me to this day, and I bring it up occasionally. To those around me, they mainly brush it off as us being careless. Let me also start by saying these were the only things I've ever lost or misplaced regarding the wedding. When I brought my groomsmen to be fitted to their suits, we also bought bow ties, 6 of them, and I suggested I'd keep the bow ties and boutonnieres until the day of, so they did not get lost. 3 days before the wedding, which was in a different state, we were collecting all of the items we were bringing since we're getting to the venue early. The bag the bow ties were supposed to be in was empty. I left these bow ties in the kitchen, specifically on the island with other wedding objects. They were nowhere to be found. We checked suitcases, drawers, cars, trash cans, etc. Absolutely no proof they ever existed, other than us remembering we bought them, and photos of them, obviously. The solution: we asked one of the groomsmen, now my brother-in-law, to run to the store, since it was out of town and he lived there, and buy us more. He somehow found the same colors we needed again, and we told him to leave them in the basket since we were leaving the next day. If they were left in the car, they could not be forgotten nor lost by the next day. Well, they were. He searched everywhere in the car, and even his apartment, trash, etc. The bow ties were nowhere to be found. There was also no evidence of a break-in. Nothing else was missing or damaged. He was speechless on the phone and felt bad to tell us he had lost them. He could not explain how they disappeared, only that they were in the car the day before. Baffled, we eventually went to another store and bought a 3rd round of bow ties, and had to switch up the colors since we had no choice. I placed these inside my suitcase, zipped them up, and did not take them out until the venue. This time they made it there. The parents of my bride and my own parents were mad at all of us for losing them so many times. We tried explaining we don't know how they disappeared, but regardless, they did not believe it. I would say we simply lost them twice, but everything pertaining to our wedding was specific, and everything we bought for the wedding was accounted for every step of the way, except for the bow ties. The kicker was a second loss, and it happened within 12 hours of buying them for the wedding party. We all find it one of the strangest things we have ever witnessed. I think the universe was giving you signs that you shouldn't wear bow ties. I don't know. I don't think anyone can pull them off. Maybe there's one example, but I'd just stick to a tie, a normal one. Case file number 2335, written by Arishi999. A lesson in fear from a 1730s castle. About 2 years ago, I had quite a nice and strange job as companion and office manager to a countess who lived in a castle in the country. The castle, built in 1730, was the residence of a very famous noble family. On a lighter note, my dog would never ever enter the small chapel because of the polished marble floor, I guess, but run around the other parts of the castle very merrily. But in front of the chapel, he would growl, raise his hair, turn around. He spooked the tourists completely out with it, every time. After about 3 weeks, I felt it for the first time. I never knew what haunted meant before that particular feeling. Never felt this before, anywhere else or even after leaving the castle. It is very hard to describe, an alien feeling, and no visible ghosts in it. It came down on me in the dining room, all of a sudden. It was like a heavy, dark cloud spreading all over. Like a feeling, something jumping up on your breast, It grew heavier, darker, and stronger the longer I stayed there. I could not bear to spend the nights there anymore. Every day, I had a very strong feeling of, get out of here now. After 6 months, I left the job because of this eerie feeling, with a very heavy heart because I really liked the old lady. The most terrifying thing for me was to get to know what haunted feels like, and I would not recommend to be too curious about it. You say that and I just feel like, yeah, I kinda wanna know. The same kind of irrationality of people chasing tornadoes and stuff just to experience it. Well, probably not happy after you do. But the curious thing is why only you felt this. Why not the noble family living there? Something about you, whatever this entity was, didn't want you there. Case file number 2336, written by Artie Docks, the fuzzy man who hates ketchup. One time, my mom was gone for vacation, and it was just my dad watching me for the few days she was gone. I was really young. Had to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night and climbed out of my crib, and went to the side of the bed she'd normally sleep on. There was a person there. Shook her and said, "Mom, Mommy," to tell her I had to pee. She said, and then vanished. My dad never woke up, but I panicked and just laid down on the floor and fell asleep right there. I was too scared to move. Another time, my nightlight exploded and I saw a black figure standing right next to it. I had seen that same figure a few weeks prior telling me, "shh," when I was humming my favorite song in my crib. My parents insisted that the bulb simply burned out. I've since seen what a light bulb burning out looks like, and it definitely wasn't that. They don't explode in smoke. The room this all happened in used to be a bathroom, but was converted to the room I live in now. A year and a half ago, I went out to get my dinner that my mom had made for me. I don't remember this, but I grabbed my hot dogs, and she asked if I wanted ketchup. Apparently I said no. The man in my room said, "I can't," and she obviously was confused and went, "What man?" And I said, "The fuzzy man in my room. He said I can't have ketchup." Then she apparently asked if I was awake. I remember everything past this because I was just angry. Like I was super mad and upset that she didn't believe there was a man in my room. And I was convinced I wasn't asleep. My grandmother witnessed it all too, and they both came in to ask me questions a few minutes after I stormed into my room. Obviously they were confused. Another time, I had a falling dream, but when I woke up, I swear I actually fell onto my bed, as if I was floating in real life. My mom told me it was probably one of our cats playing under my bed, shaking it. I don't believe her. I know for a fact I fell onto my bed. There's also all the times of random déjà vu that felt like I was completely reliving a moment, or actually having visions of things that happened to me months or years later. I was able to accurately guess days bad things would happen, or when something bad would happen, specifically bad things, never good things. My sister and I both swear we saw ghosts at Gettysburg, but I saw a different ghost than she did. But we both definitely saw ghosts. There's a lot more, but I don't want to go on for too long. It's 4 a.m. and I'm already going to have trouble sleeping tonight, given recounting these stories is not exactly comfortable. Kinda makes me feel like I'm insane. I was briefly in the National Guard for about 2 years, and I was down at Fort Benning twice for BCT. Anyone who was there knows the layout of 30th AG. I was in ACO my second time around. We swear Bay 306 was haunted. Allegedly, some kid ended himself in the latrines. One day, since I was on unit watch, my friends and I on fire guard were tasked with cleaning the 3rd floor. We never went up here unless it was to get our phones for the 5-minute Sunday phone call. Our dumb butts thought it would be a great funny idea to mess with Bay 306. I walked in, alone, and started crap-talking the ghost. Went to the latrine, took a pee on one of the toilets, and left. I remember explicitly saying, "How do you feel if I don't flush this toilet, like a crap bag private? Will you do it for me?" And I left the bay. After walking out and back into the hall, after the door closed, me and the group of 5 other dumb butt privates all heard the toilet flush. We all grabbed the brooms and crap we were carrying and went into the bay and checked. The toilet did flush. We tested the motion sensors on every toilet. Every single one was off. None of them worked. We later heard a locker door slam in that bay and what sounded like the laundry room door opening. The only time we went back in that bay was daytime, and the lights were on. None of us ever went in alone again. To hell with that crap. Bay 306 is haunted. If anyone reading this is going to Fort Benning and you get ACO, 30th AG, don't mess with 306. This kind of reminds me of Moaning Myrtle in Harry Potter. Of course, military style, but I guess if it fits, it fits. If I was a ghost stuck in a toilet or a latrine, I wouldn't want it to be dirty. That would suck. Not very nice. Case file number 2337, written by Tiny222. Steamy Secrets. It was a late Sunday evening, about 9 p.m. I was in my room just playing video games like usual, until I heard the shower turn on. The bathroom was right beside my room, and the door requires some slamming to be shut. I didn't hear the door being slammed, but disregarded it as my own lack of attention, since I was fully immersed in my video game. About an hour later, my game was finished, but I noticed that the shower was still on. Now, I for one take long showers too, usually around 40 minutes or so, but no one else in the family usually takes that long. So I asked my dad if my aunt was home, because my parents and brother were all downstairs. No one else could have been in there besides my aunt. However, my dad said that my aunt hasn't come home yet. I told my dad that someone was in the bathroom taking a shower. We went to check, and the lights were still on, but the shower was now off. We knock on the door. Once, twice, no answer. He opens the door, and there's no one there. Not a single soul. My dad thought I was just pranking him, but I told him I wasn't. He still doesn't believe me. Who was in there? How did the shower turn on? Why were the lights still on with a closed door? I'll never know the answers to those questions. To make it even creepier, I dreamt about a dark figure with glowing eyes, standing at the top of the staircase that is on the same floor as the bathroom. And the room beside mine always has a slight cool breeze circulating in there. Case file number 2338, written by Something Joker, the glass-shattering mystery that never broke. It was the middle of the night, about midnight. Everyone in the house was asleep other than me and presumably my 2 dogs. I was playing Fortnite or something because it was in the height of its popularity. I had just finished a round with one of my friends and he had to go to bed. So I was in the process of turning the game off when I heard the dog start barking super loudly. I was surprised it didn't wake anybody up, and while I was thinking about what they could be barking at, I heard the loudest glass-shattering sound I've ever heard. I have a glass back door, so I assume it's either that or a window. The dog stopped barking after a few minutes, while I'm just kinda sitting in my room thinking, what the hell? After a while, I think, the dogs are safe in my parents' room. I'm just gonna go to sleep and check in the morning. As I'm lying in bed, I begin to get concerned as to why I haven't heard anybody checking it out. So I go upstairs and I find nothing out of place. I check every window, every door, every dish drawer, and nothing is out of place. Absolutely nothing. At this point, I'm more confused than anything. I just go back to my room and try to sleep. When I wake up in the morning, I ask my family if anyone found any broken glass. They all act just confused, and Mom says, "Why would we have found glass? Did you break something?" I responded with, "You didn't hear the loud glass shattering noise last night, or the dogs barking as loud as possible." And they all just look at me in confusion. I definitely wasn't dreaming, as I would have had no opportunity to fall asleep in between talking to my friend and going upstairs. Nobody ever told me if they found anything. Still confused to this day. I think it has to be multiverse bleed-through, where sounds can cross the permeable barrier between universes. But only sounds. Kind of energy, information, but nothing was concretely there. Case file number 2339, written by Cyclopean Sloth. No time to roam, yet I'm known. Many years ago, I was working at a fast food restaurant in Chicago, and the Grateful Dead was playing in town. A group of deadheads came in and saw me and started hugging me and were so happy. They called me by a name I hadn't gone by in years, seemed to actually know me. Told me the last time that they saw me, I had wandered into the desert in New Mexico. Okay, that was weird. I've never followed the dead, and never had time. Clearly they were confused. That happens. Fast forward about 15 years. I'm working in this little diner in a little town not far from Indy, where the Grateful Dead is playing. In come several deadheads, different than the others, so excited to see me, calling me by my long unused name, seriously seeming to know me. Told me the last time they saw me was wandering into the desert in New Mexico. Then I sat down, did the math. I have no missing time. Not enough time to actually hit the road, become so well known and wander away. I don't even drive. So my theory's a doppelganger who has had way more fun than me. Or eventually I learned to bend space and time, and instead of using my powers for good, I become a traveling deadhead for a while. Case file number 2340, written by Charmed Roman. Ghosts, glitches, or just bad luck. My partner likes to wear blue light glasses in the evening to prepare for sleep. On a whim one night, we decided to go out when she had already been wearing them. She was standing in front of me in the living room, but in an area to the right of our couch, where we don't have any furniture or even a rug. She had put her tote bag on and took the glasses off and slipped them into the bag. I saw them go in, and she was certain she had dropped them in as well. We went to leave, the door being maybe 3 feet from where we had just been standing, and she stopped to double check she had something in the bag. While rummaging around in it, she decided to just dump it out on the ground. We realized immediately that she had whatever thing she was looking for, but not the glasses. They were nowhere in the general vicinity, and they should have been visible in the area where she dropped them in, and also where the bag was dumped, which was almost the exact same spot, but they were nowhere to be found. She had other pairs, but this specific one was tortoiseshell pattern, so we knew the other ones were not the missing pair. Flash forward months later. We decided to go through our shoe rack that sits by our front door. When I pick it up, none other than the tortoiseshell glasses are sitting on the carpet, but behind where the shoes had been. It couldn't have landed behind them in any conceivable way. Nor could they have fallen back there either when they were dropped into the bag, or when the bag was dumped onto the floor in a tidy pile. This isn't the only odd object movement in this apartment that's happened to us. We're curious to see if it continues when we move or if it's something about that space in particular. It remains to be seen. I think it's more about particular locations, unless it's an entity messing with you. That might follow you. Case file number 2341, written by Useless Beetlejuice, The Attic's Secret Message from 1997. For context, my mom passed away a couple years ago, and she adored jewelry, and she had a lot of it. Some costume, some sterling, some vintage, some heirlooms, and a few expensive pieces. We weren't wealthy or anything, but it's something she loved and collected, and everyone always got her jewelry as gifts. She adored cheap and expensive jewelry all the same. It was left to me in her will, under the instruction I share it with my sister-in-laws. A few days ago it was 2 years to the day that my mom passed away. I decided I'd actually go through all her jewelry and sort it into 3, me and my 2 sister-in-laws. It's taken me ages because it just made me cry every time I looked at it, and it's been sat in a chest in my attic. I've gone into my attic and looked through it a lot, like a whole lot in the past 2 years. I know every single piece in there. I've been looking through this treasure all my life and know every single piece since I was a child. It was always fun hunting in my mom's treasure. One of them being a pair of handmade silver earrings that my auntie got for her. My mom's little sister, who was her soulmate and best friend, and who is actually a jeweler. Got them a couple months before she died on a trip to York we all took together. Me and my sisters-in-law agreed, along with a few other things, that we would give these earrings back to my auntie. They're in a nice black box, which is inside a gift bag with the jeweler's logo on it. I've looked at them so many times in the past 2 years. Now here's a glitch. The day I go to actually get myself together and sort out this jewelry, there's something else in that earring gift bag. A letter addressed to my mom. It's small, old, handwritten, opened and addressed to my mom. A letter she'd clearly kept a long time. I open it, and it's from my auntie to my mom, and it's a letter she'd written to her in 1997. I'm not religious, but I guarantee on everything other people hold holy, it was not there. Ever. I was the one that collected my mom's jewelry from her home and put it in bags and boxes and brought it to my home. I've looked through it hundreds of times. Spooky or glitch? Either way, it freaked me and my auntie out. Kind of a delayed time anomaly? It's almost like the letter was trapped in a space-time UPS box. It was on the way, you just didn't know it yet. Case file number 2342, written by Mo Annie Mo. The Fair, the Photo, and the Dream that spanned decades. I've always dreamt very vividly and had small things I've dreamt of actually happen, months or years later, but nothing as big as this. I've had this recurring dream since I was about 6 or so, up until I was in my mid-20s, now 38. But I dreamt about seeing myself as a little girl, always an adult in my dreams, on a carousel and waving to myself and being so happy. I was wearing a romper that were popular attire in the 80s for little girls, and became popular again within the past 5 years or so, and a pair of sandals. I always wondered why I would dream of this, like maybe something traumatic happened and my brain was trying to remember or some crap, but turned out to be quite the opposite. So fast forward to 2018. I was at a fair with my family and my boyfriend took our daughter, 2.5, on the carousel as I waited taking pictures being so giddy and happy. I had miscarried a 1.5 years before getting pregnant with her and it was really hard. I didn't realize it at the time until I was going through the pics later on, that it was that dream I had on and off for years. It was my future daughter I was seeing in my dreams all along, not myself. Same outfit, same shoes, same overwhelmingly happy feeling for just a regular day. At the fair, everything was just the same. I cried just thinking about it. I know some people won't believe me, but I don't care. It's a magical thing that I experienced. And I pull up the photo of her from that day from time to time, and just am in complete shock over it to this day. This is a beautiful story, and I had to include it, because it's so heartwarming. Isn't it? Yeah, seeing into the future is pretty crazy, but that's an event that doesn't really matter unless it connects us to some deeper meaning, and this is definitely as deep as it gets. Case file number 2343. Written by Spirited Inspired. No turn, no time. I am house sitting, and I've been for the past week. I drove to work this morning, but I know this route very well, despite being back roads. I have no need for Google Maps to get there. It was 5:43 in the morning when I left, and I own a pet sitting business. So I don't need to shower and get ready for early morning visits. I can just throw on clothes and go. So, albeit I was still getting with the program mentally, I turned onto the first side street off the main road from my route. This side street is about 1 mile long. It's dark out, so I double-checked the street sign. It's the correct road. I traveled down it for a while, and there is snow on the ground, so granted things look different. But I start thinking, there should be houses by now, and I've definitely driven further than 1 mile. I see a car approaching behind me in my rear view, so I pull over to turn on Google Maps. It tells me 0.2 miles up the road, I turn left on a road that I'm familiar with, as it is part of my route of back roads, but not the road I am expecting to be next. Also, it's definitely not the correct direction I should be turning next. Thinking it's early morning and I've just been confused, I get back on the road. When I get to the end of the road and have to turn left or right, I realize somehow I didn't ever come to the end of that first side road and just turn right. I somehow skipped ahead to the next road and have to turn left, I know exactly where I am at this point, obvious landmark and street sign, and all the roads and landmarks after that are as normal. That first side street I took off the main road is just woods until the last quarter mile, when there are very recognizable houses, and then I turn right. That never happened. I kept going on, and when I felt lost and confused, I checked maps. I was on the road I would have had to turn right on after that first side street, and quite a ways down it. So, logically, I know it was early morning, and I do sometimes zone out when I drive, but if I zone out, I tend to miss turns. I was looking for my turn the whole time. I paid attention to the clock when I got to the next client's house. It was 2 or 3 minutes past arrival time. I had pulled over and checked the map, so that tracks. No missing time there. I don't know, so strange. Nothing like this has ever happened before. I hope I explained it well enough. It's nothing exciting, but bizarre, because I know I never turned off that first side street. I may not have been fully alert, but I was looking for the landmarks before my turn, and they never appeared. Classic space-time portals, baby. They never get old. Case file number 2344, written by Minnie Apple. Gas and Grace. When I was 6, my mom was driving my 3 siblings and me somewhere home during rush hour traffic. She ran out of gas on a major highway. We panicked for a while. My siblings were freaking out. This was 20 years ago. After about 10 minutes or so, my mom's brick phone had died. We were basically stranded in rush hour with 4 kids on a major highway. Eventually, someone stops. I remember it so clearly. He was this tall black man with a white beard and white hair, wearing a white suit, driving a big cream-looking Lincoln-type car. He had this incredibly calm demeanor. He pulls a gas tank out of his back seat that has virtually nothing else in it, besides the gas can, and said he'd be back in 10 minutes. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, by some miracle, this guy drives through the grassy median, crossed 4 lanes of rush hour traffic going 70 miles an hour with the gas. My mom asked for his phone number to repay him and send a thank you note. And he gave us his business card. He was a pastor at a church. A couple of days later, my mom looked into it, called the number which was disconnected. She called around in the area it was supposed to be located in, and residents said they'd never heard of it. The church basically didn't exist. Case file number 2345, written by 5-Star Front Desk. Keep the change, honey. One of my jobs when I was young, 18, was at a Coney Island-style restaurant in my city. The restaurant was open 24/6. We closed at 3 a.m. Sunday morning, reopened at 6 a.m. Monday, but stayed open all the time for the rest of the week. This particular thing happened about 2:30 a.m. on a Friday. I was the only waitress on shift, and the owner was in the kitchen cooking. We were the only 2 people there. At the time, we had a regular all called Jerry. Jerry was a barfly and a senior citizen. He would come in every night after the bar closed. He would have coffee, 2 eggs over easy, and wheat toast. He ordered the same thing every time, and every time his total came to $4.37. He'd give me $6 and tell me to keep the change. So as I'm rolling silverware and waiting for our old pal Jerry, I see a few emergency vehicles go down the main street towards the bar. Lights and sirens on. About a minute later, Jerry comes in. I get him coffee and ask him if he knows what's going on. He just shook his head, no. So I told my boss Jerry was there, and my boss waved at him through the kitchen window, and within 3 minutes, Jerry's order was up. He's sitting at the counter, and after a little while, he slaps down some money and says, "Keep the change, honey," like he usually did, and walks out. I went over to cash out the check, and the food hadn't been touched. Neither had the coffee, and there was a $100 bill on the counter. I was a teen mom and perpetually broke, so that much money was basically life-changing. I saw in the paper on Sunday that Jerry had been involved in a fight at the bar that night and had been fatally injured. Rest in peace, Jerry. But then the question is, how did presumably his ghost, his spirit, carry around physical money that was on him. He didn't just materialize it, so his spiritual form was able to hold on to real money. Fascinating. Case file number 2346, written by Maya Sturbate. The Case of the Phantom Franklin. Back in 2014, my boyfriend and I had plans to go out to a bar for karaoke night. I can't remember which one of us had the $100 bill originally, and which one of us was the person who was supposed to be hanging on to it. So we get ready and we're about to head out, making sure we had everything we need. That's when we realized that neither one of us had the money. There were only 3 of us in the house, my boyfriend, myself, and his father, who was in the living room at the time watching TV. He was old and very slow getting around, because he was still recovering from back surgery. So there's no way he could have had anything to do with it. My boyfriend and I searched everywhere in our room. We checked the closet, boxes, bags, shoes that were on the floor of the closet, thinking maybe it had fallen when we were changing or something. We checked under the bed. Maybe it fell on the floor and the fan or AC blew it under there. We checked the hamper, all of our drawers, my purse like 4 times, the bathroom, the trash can. We didn't really bother checking the rest of the house because we hadn't gone anywhere else except for our bedroom and bathroom. We were extremely frustrated and had literally torn apart the room looking for this damn $100 bill. Eventually, we just gave up on going out that night, and due to my frustration, I'm just ready to go to bed. After getting in bed, I noticed something strange touching my leg. I lift up the sheet and bedspread, and there's the $100 bill. Under the bedspread, under the sheet, in the literal middle of the bed, that had been made since that morning. The $100 wasn't even around until that evening. And when I say that I had made the bed, I didn't mean I just pulled the covers up. I'm talking like I made the bed hotel style. Tuck sheet, sheet folded back, bedspread folded back with the bed pillows overlapping the fold, and then folded back up over the pillows. I finished with 2 pillow shams, a couple throw pillows, and a bolster. How did it get there? There are 2 very good reasons why I'm 100% positive that it wasn't my boyfriend toying with me. He was just as angry as I was, if not more. He's the one that's a singer and musician. He really wanted to go out. He wouldn't have been able to make the bed back the way I had made it. He's so not that detail-oriented. If he would have placed it there, it would have been noticeable. Messed up a blanket or disheveled pillows. Or if he went in from the side, there's no way he would have remembered to tuck the sheet back in. In fact, he doesn't even like that I tucked the sheets in, so he certainly wouldn't have done it either. Yeah, I mean, honestly, they're too tight at hotels. If you're tucking them in that much, well, you just feel like you're in a coffin. It's crazy. Case file number 2347, written by ASM 42186. The Yield Sign Sentinel. This happened when I was in high school in southern Michigan, probably 2003-2004. I had spent the evening with my girlfriend at her house and was driving home late, between 11 p.m. and midnight. My car was low on gas, and the gas station in the nearby village was already closed. So I decided to go a little out of the way to a 24-hour truck stop and gas station along the highway to fill up the tank. Usually, I would follow the direct route back to my family's house out in the countryside from the village, but it's easier to take an alternate route back from this truck stop, so that's what I decided to do. This was a pitch black night, probably a new moon or heavily overcast. I was driving down this country road and approaching a T intersection, indicated by a large yellow yield sign on the right side of the road. People see these road signs every day, so everyone has a pretty good idea of how big they are. About a yard wide and 7 to 8 feet off the ground. As I got closer to the sign, I saw a large, low, dark shape dash across the road, from left to right, just out of the range of my headlights. Naturally, I slowed down, being used to seeing deer on the road, but it quickly became clear that this thing was no animal I'd ever seen before. Once it had reached the right side of the road, it reared up and stood on its hind legs, right in front of the yield sign, almost completely obscuring the sign itself. It was covered in jet black hair, so dark that I couldn't make out any details, except the broad shoulders and reflective pale eyes. Safe to say, I noped right the hell out of there as fast as I could. Whatever it was, I hope I never see it again. It gives me chills to this day when I recall the event, and I really try not to think about it when I have to leave my car to open the gate, or when I sometimes have to help tend to the horses late in the evening. Case file number 2348, written by Somniosfera, the mysterious kitten who claimed my home and my heart. Hello all, I am a philosophy teacher. I live in Mexico City. I am half Mexican, half Italian. This will be relevant to the story I'm going to tell you. I don't drink alcohol or use drugs, no history of mental illness. Back in 2017, I lived in the same house I live now. I lived alone and happy with my books and my 2 cats, a tuxie cat named Gordita and Ronnie, a big Siamese kitty. One particular and sunny April morning, I was at work, but I left early because there was a workers' strike at the university where I teach. Some colleagues offered me to go for a coffee to discuss the conflict that was happening that day, but I refused. The reason why I refused was that I felt a very strange and urgent need to go back home. I feel this intuition, this force that was leading me or pushing me to go back home. Now I return home, feeling uneasy, since I only had 2 or 3 times this feeling in my life, this intuition, this strong gut feeling. I felt almost scared of how powerful and unexplainable was that urgent feeling of coming back home. I was in this state of slight distress when I pulled the key of my apartment and when I opened that door. I saw in the hallway a very tiny calico stray kitten, a very small kitten. She had a swollen ear and looked malnourished. At that moment, I approached her and immediately I told her, "Hey sweetie, who are you? Are you hurt?" Then in the blink of an eye, she ran into me, and since the door of the apartment was already opened, she literally stormed into my apartment. She ran into the living room. Here is the part that left me totally confused and in shock. I followed her into the living room. She stopped for a moment, locked eyes with me, and in my mind I literally heard a voice, a message. I can't fully describe what it was, but it wasn't something that was both broken Spanish and broken Italian, my 2 native languages, that could be translated as, "This is my house, you my mom." I felt that I was going crazy. I felt that my stomach sank. Then seconds after this happened, the kitty so casually went into the window of the living room. She sat there, ready to take a nap under the sun. Like she already knew that this was going to be her favorite place. My 2 other cats came to see what was happening, and they looked at her with this huge what-the-hell cat look. Gordita looked at her curiously, and Ronnie was also totally confused. Now, I was still in shock about the words, or voice, that I listened in my head. I had to sit down for a moment since I recognized my own inner voice, the voice of my inner monologue, and this was different, as crazy as that sounds. Yes, it was the kitty talking telepathically to me. Well, when I calmed myself down, 2 hours later, I went to buy kitten food and a new cat bed. I ran into one neighbor and told her what happened. My neighbor told me that she saw the kitten since the early morning and was smelling and trying to get into my door. That was 8 years ago, and indeed, I became her mom. Her name is Pidokia, and I love her with all my heart, and she and I have a very strong connection. She follows me everywhere. We are so very close to each other. I haven't heard her voice again, but I feel that I can communicate with her beyond words. I feel also that she can astrally project herself into my dreams. What would have happened if I didn't come back home early that day? Did I feel her presence in advance? She indeed connected to your mind and your heart. How sweet. Case file number 2349, written by MC Mount 21, The Thing That Tapped. I was alone in a semi-expensive hotel room somewhere in the Far East. I had gone to bed, fully awake still. Then I began to hear light tapping coming from the door. Tap, tap. It was like someone tapped the door a few times with their finger. I didn't think anything of it. Hotels have all sorts of noises. I remember that it was about 30 seconds between the sequences of few taps. Slowly the tapping started to move from the door towards my bed though. The tapping started to sound like it was coming from the cabinets next to my door. Each tap came a little bit closer. At this point, I started to be a little concerned. I turned the lights on and the tapping stopped. Waited a few minutes, decided that it was nothing, and turned the lights off. Even with the lights off though, the room was lit enough that I could see. There was nothing where the tapping had been coming from. The tapping resumed. In about 30-second intervals, tap, tap, coming closer. Suddenly, the tapping was coming from the bed, right next to my feet. I could feel the tapping this time. It felt and sounded exactly like water was dripping from the roof, dropping on my bed. Tap, tap, tap. This time there were no intervals. It was just ceaseless rhythmic tapping. I was freaking out now. I couldn't figure out anything that caused this. I turned the lights on. I could reach a switch lying in the bed. And something ran away from next to my bed back to the door. There was nothing to be seen, but the footsteps sounded like a child's, who was unnaturally fast. The interval between the steps was very short. I'd say about a little longer than a rat's. But the weight of the steps was that of a small child. I could hear where it was as it was running, but my eyes saw nothing there. I figured that I won't bother to leave the room, as creepy as it was. I wrote a note on the small notepad that hotel rooms often have, just in case this thing was worse than I gave it credit for. I don't know if hotel room ghosts have a murderous tendency or not. I kept the lights on for about half an hour, and then decided to try to sleep. I turned them off. About 5 minutes later, the tapping resumed on my bed. I turned the lights on, it stopped. Lights off, a few minutes, it resumed, the same spot. It was like clockwork. I repeated this about 5 times or so. I slept the rest of the night, lights on. To this day, I have no idea what it could have been. Can't say I believe in ghosts, but that experience, at the least, has opened me up to the possibility. My God, is that creepy. And it's so replicatable. I wonder if you went back to the same room and tried again. Would it keep happening? That's the most replicatable ghost that I've ever heard about. Case file number 2350, written by Rusty Jake. A wardrobe with a vendetta. One of my first jobs was as an apprentice gas engineer at a small company in the northwest UK. One time we got a contract at an old military airfield near Macclesfield in the UK. This place was called Woodford Airfield. Woodford Airfield was an active mod test site for the RAF's Nimrod back in the Cold War. One of the guys I worked with used to work at the site doing maintenance. It's now a housing estate with a heritage museum, but back in 2014, where I had this experience, there was a decommissioned operation on lots of the buildings where they were demolished. As we arrived at the site, we were greeted by the security at the gate. This consists of 2 blokes and a Land Rover. They informed us that on that day, we were the only contractors on the site. A record of people at the site has to be kept, and strictly followed. We signed in and proceeded with our jobs. Near the main entrance was a cluster of aircraft hangars, some admin buildings, and lots of small roads strewn with rubble and markings of dangerous areas. The general feel and appearance of the area was Chernobyl-esque, with lots of murky, gloomy, abandoned buildings. One of these buildings was an old lodge. This was on the far side of the airfield, away from the main gate. This lodge housed workers and pilots. It had not been used in many years. The front entrance was overgrown. The carpets in the reception were musty and molding from years of exposure. Our task was to drain all the water from the building's heating system. This involved going to each room in the lodge and spending some time there, messing about with radiators to drain the air and water out. We split up and got to it. I remember everything looked exactly as it was the last time people had stayed. Beds unmade, old TVs in the room. One room was full of dead wasps. The corridors had a creepy and gloomy feel to them. No electricity, so no lights worked in the building. I eventually made my way upstairs to meet my colleague. He was waiting by the entrance to the attic space, which was a small hatch, about waist height against the wall in the center of the room. I had been standing in the doorway of this room, with my back to the adjacent room. We had to come through to get to the attic entry. Immediately behind me, and to my left, was a large wooden wardrobe. With no warning, the door of this wardrobe opens with enough force to knock me forwards. Dismayed, I asked my colleague if it was him who hit me on my back. He replied confused, obviously not, as he was crouched a few feet into the room that I was facing at the time. I look around and notice now the open wardrobe door. There is no one behind me. Concerned it might be someone squatting in the building, we search around and find no one present. No sounds, nothing, just an ominous feeling throughout the place. We radioed security, and they confirmed no one had come to the site. And they were both at their posts by the main gate, some 2 miles away. This is genuinely one of those things that I cannot explain or rationalize. Case file number 2351, written by Mummy24. The Uncanny Mother. This story is from a childhood friend who told me this, and it still unnerves me to this day, even if it didn't happen to me. She was genuinely freaked out, and her family even backed up her claim, so here goes. Basically, my friend and her family moved into this rental property, which my friend said was haunted. It gave everyone an off feeling. Those who visited or stayed over would mention it. I myself experienced this odd feeling of foreboding whenever I went over there, and believed in the consensus that the house was haunted. It honestly felt oppressive in the house, and you would feel this pitiful dread. It is hard to compute into words and was extremely uncomfortable to experience. Anyway, this particular inexplicable event, that is the basis of this post, was enough for my friend's family to pack up and stay with relatives until they moved out. On this fateful afternoon, my friend had arrived back home from the park and heard an argument taking place in the kitchen between her mom and dad. My friend thought this was odd, as both her parents should be at work. So she called out, "Mom?" before unlocking the front door and going inside. My friend said the house fell instantly silent, an uncanny silence. Like all the air had been sucked out of the place and felt stifling and wrong. Then her mom said, "Hey, friend's name, we're just in here." My friend was just outside the closed kitchen door at this point and froze. It was her mother's voice, but there was something off, like the cadence was missing. It sounded flat and unnatural. My friend decided to bolt back out the front door and wait outside. But she said as she turned back to the house, she saw her mother peering at her from the lounge room window. But it wasn't her mother. The face was the same, everything was the same, but her face was devoid of anything. There was no recognition on her mother's face. There was no indication that she was looking directly at her daughter. There was no emotion in the expression. The eyes looked unstaring and utterly blank. My friend screamed and ran down the street to her mother's work and confirmed that she was there all this time and had never been home. Initially, my friend's mother reasoned that someone must have broken in, but a later investigation proved nothing had been stolen and the back door was locked, as was the front door when my friend came home. No one could rationalize who my friend saw in the window and why it looked so much like her mother, but not fully human. So that was the deciding factor to nope out. The landlord of the house denied anything like this happening when they lived there, but did admit tenants didn't stay long, saying there was something wrong in the house. My friend also told me that she was the only one who actually saw anything definitively sinister, but her family said they definitely felt an evil presence there, which ultimately manifested into the doppelganger experience my friend had. Utterly terrifying. I can concur with that last sentence, my God. Anything that can impersonate someone, but isn't really them, a mimic, a doppelganger, this seems to stretch beyond alternate universe shenanigans where a copy of a different mom is in your universe. Clearly, She wasn't all there. It was almost like a base template that loaded in, but without the soul. Case file number 2352, written by Refused Barf. The Watcher in White. I live in the apartment at my mom's house, and lately I've been seeing the same person with white pajamas like clothes on. Never seen their face, and not sure about the gender. The first time was when I walked past the hallway and saw them standing in the master bedroom doorway out the corner of my eye. When I looked, there was nothing, but there was a white jacket hanging on a closet door, so I just assumed my mind was playing tricks on me. The second time was when I was outside by the pool and saw them standing in the master bedroom through the sliding glass door. Then they walked towards the bed where my 2-year-old sister was sleeping, and when I went to check, there was nothing. The third time was when we had a power outage and I was home alone. I decided to take a nap in some shade outside by the pool. I got this eerie feeling someone was looking at me in my dream and woke up. When I opened my eyes, there they were standing right next to me, and shortly after, vanished again. The last time was yesterday. I was putting up fencing on our gates so my puppy can walk and play freely outside in the backyard. One of the gates are in this long, narrow passage that goes from the backyard to the front yard, next to the master bedroom. As I was working, I again got this eerie feeling someone was looking at me. I turned around, and there they stood at the end of the passage, and shortly after vanished again. Almost every time I took it as my mind was playing tricks on me. The first time I thought I mistook the jacket for a person. The second I thought it might have been a reflection on the glass. Third, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me because of the dream. But the fourth time, I don't know why, but that one really freaked me out. So I told my mom about what I saw. She then told me that she saw a person in white clothing several mornings in the driveway when she drove to work, but stopped seeing them at around the same time I saw it the first time. Usually I don't believe in this kind of thing, but I can't explain how my mom stopped seeing them in the driveway, and then I started seeing them near the master bedroom. Psyche slowly infiltrating this entity. Case file number 2353, written by Older Sister 5. A tune hauntingly familiar. This happened about 12 years ago when I was around 17, and my little sister was 7 or 8. She doesn't remember much of it, but I do, mainly because I think about it so often. It's one of those experiences that I can't explain. And for someone as skeptical as me, that's very unsettling. It was summer vacation, and I was babysitting my little sister while both my parents were at work. I have another sister, 2 years younger than me, but she wasn't at home on that particular day. We lived on the second floor of an old Chicago townhouse with a front entrance and a back porch. That day, my little sister and I were both in the living room, me watching TV and her playing some computer game. She was losing and let out a curse word, which at the time, she was starting to do more often. She was usually a very well-behaved kid, but my parents were trying to break the habit. So, following their rule, I sent her to sit in the kitchen for 5 minutes. I kept watching TV, completely losing track of time. It wasn't until my show ended that I realized over 40 minutes had gone by. I felt awful as I rushed to the kitchen, ready to apologize for leaving her in there for so long. But just as I got close, I heard something I really didn't expect. I heard whistling. It was strange for 2 reasons. First, I'd never heard my little sister whistle before. And second, this wasn't just random whistling, it was a tune. A deliberate, steady melody. At first, I felt even worse, thinking I had left her there for so long that she had taught herself how to whistle. But as I stood there, listening, something started to feel off. The sound didn't seem like it was coming from my sister at all. It sounded older, deeper, familiar in a way. It sounded exactly like my dad. My dad did usually come in through the back door when he got home from work. So for a split second, I thought maybe he had gone home early. But that didn't make sense. He wasn't due back for at least another 3 or 4 hours. Still, the resemblance was uncanny. The pitch, the rhythm, the way the notes lingered for just a second too long, it was his whistle. I started walking slower and started to get annoyed because I knew once my sister told them, I'd be in trouble. I slowly poked my head in, expecting to see both of them, but instead I found my sister alone, completely knocked out, head resting in her arms, fast asleep. But the whistling was still going on. The sound was right there, filling the room. It wasn't coming from my sister. It wasn't coming from outside. It was just there. I don't remember how long I stood there, listening, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. Eventually, I ran back to the door, yanking it open, expecting to see someone standing outside. No one was there. I ran to the windows, looking down, looking around. Nothing. But the entire time, that damn whistling never stopped. It was still in the kitchen, even as I stepped out onto the porch, even as I backed away. It wasn't following me. It was staying in the room, right where I had left my sleeping sister. I panicked. I grabbed my sister, barely waking her up as I carried her out of the house, and ran straight to my friend's place down the street. I waited there until my mom got home. When I told her what had happened, she brushed it off. She barely reacted, didn't seem to care, and honestly, that made me feel even crazier. So I just stopped talking about it. I never told my dad or my other sister. But here's the part that still makes my stomach drop whenever I think about it. A few days later, when my dad did come home from work, he walked in through the back door, and he was whistling the exact same tune I had heard in the kitchen days before. The exact same one. I don't have an explanation. I've thought about every possible logical answer, but nothing fits. It wasn't an echo, it wasn't someone outside, and it definitely wasn't my sister. I've never told anyone this story since, but I still think about it all the time. So it could be some sort of space-time portal that was just sending the whistling sound, the reverberations in the atmosphere, what we call sound, into the kitchen. But that's so hyper-specific. Why would a portal do that? I mean, doesn't make sense. Maybe it was just astral projection, but of just the sound that he was making? None of these really fit in the sense that I've never heard a situation like that before. I don't know if it's possible. Alternatively, it could be a version of your dad in a different universe where he was already at home and he was whistling. And as long as a copy is close enough, they could like the same tune. But honestly, nothing too creepy. Nothing to worry about, in my estimation. Case file number 2354, written by B. Curtins. The Whataburger Intervention. So, for important context, I live over 300 miles from where I grew up. I was sitting at my computer one night, like 10 p.m., and I just had this massive urge to get up and go somewhere. So I put on shoes and jumped in my truck. Then it was that feeling. Turn here, go there, pull into this parking lot. I just kind of followed it. I had arrived at Whataburger. There are 3 in my town, and this one is the furthest from my apartment. I drove probably 10 miles to reach this one, but had one 1.5 miles from my apartment. But food sounded good, so I figured it was just my gut deciding for me. I walk in, and there's a guy stumbling around incoherent, bothering customers and being a nuisance, and generally seeming drunk off his butt. He turns to me, though, and I get a look at him. I had several classes with him in high school. He was diabetic as hell, and let his sugar levels get all screwed up, to the point of not being able to function. A similar incident happened in school with him once. So as soon as I recognized him, and saw him acting similarly, I got a cup of soda in him to level him out. Took me 5 seconds to realize what the issue was, and save him from probably dying in a county drunk tank, since the store had called the cops already. Weird crap. As soon as I saw him, I had that same aha moment of, this is what you're here for. Now, was it the universe calling you to him, or was it him calling you to him to save him? That's a lot of hymns. But yes, something directed you there. Maybe his guardian angel. Case file number 2355, written by Ultra Mooney 87. Electrified, ejected, and enlightened. I had a legitimate near-death experience. Tunnel of light and the whole bit. I was electrically shocked from the back of a TV. The back of the old-style TV is a tube, and that tube is basically a huge capacitor that holds more volts than an electric chair. I miraculously survived, with only a heart arrhythmia. My grandpa, who worked for a local power company, told my mom later that I shouldn't be alive how I got shocked. In my near-death experience, I walked down the tunnel and there was a bright light. The light asked what I was doing there. I panicked because I'm like, frick, if you don't know, then how do I know? And then the light said I had a job to do and sent me back. The light faded, and where it faded, my mom came into view. She was a retired registered nurse, so she was trying to find a pulse or blood pressure. In her words, I was gone for a solid couple minutes. My heart just kind of kick-started again. It is comforting to know, though, wherever I was, it was peaceful, and it was alluded that it wasn't my ticket now, and I was going to be there someday. Like, no question. No, you need to fix this thing in your life. What also stood out to me is that my sexuality wasn't an issue. I'm bisexual, but at the time this all happened, I was 14 and still figuring things out. If it comforts anyone, it clearly was a total non-issue. Well, heaven, hell, God, religious, Christianity, and so on, is having a different orientation in that sense cosmic crime? I don't think so. It doesn't make sense to me, especially given it's just random. It's what you like. You don't typically choose it, or even if it's externally influenced. I mean, everything we are is externally influenced, so that doesn't really make sense to me. You're not harming anyone. Case file number 2356, written by Chetched. Dreams, Deadlines, and the Other Side. My best friend of my whole life, and my only friend for a good chunk of my life, died about a week before we found out my then-girlfriend was pregnant. I still hadn't graduated college due to a requirement that was overlooked by both myself and my counselor. I had started working full-time to help take care of my son before he was born, so my days were non-stop. Wake up at 4:30 a.m., get to work by 5:30, work until noon or so, drive back home to shower really quickly, leave for school, get to school, depending, about 40 minutes to an hour later, go to class, leave school around 9 p.m., go home, do whatever, homework and sleep. I did this for months, and one day I was hitting my limit. I was so tired. If I could only do one of these sets of things, then I would have so much more energy to hang out with my son, be a good boyfriend to my girlfriend, help out more around where we stayed. I worked Sunday through Thursday, and one Thursday, after I had come home and didn't have a class afterward, I was laying down with my son. I had homework due the next day, and I was about half done with it. I was laying there, eyes closed, no one in the room but my son and I. Then, a steady series of very hard and loud taps on my window woke me up from my quasi-sleep. Sometimes, when the neighbors were watering some plants, they would hit my window with it, and it sounded almost like that, but the window was dry. I thought maybe it was my father-in-law knocking on my window to say hi to the baby. I opened the door from my room to see everyone else who lives in the house in the living and dining room. I closed the door again. Right before the knocking, I said in my own head, "Hey V." My friend's full name was long, so I called him V. I think I'm just gonna drop out. Once I realized there was no other cause I could figure out, I sighed, said, "Message received, bro," and grabbed out my homework. The other experience takes place about a month or so after my son was born, roughly 10 months after my brother's death. I'm still reeling from it, and I'm reeling from being a father. I was randomly out at a park near my house. It was obviously my son's first birthday. He was stumbling around being one, whatever. To my right, I hear my brother's voice. "Hey guys, sorry I'm late. Nipoti." Nipoti equals nephew in Italian. My head shot over to the sound, and there he was. I was so excited and shocked, I just went and tackled him straight to the ground, hugging him and crying. My mom, sister, and everyone else also came over to him. I was so happy he wasn't dead. He wasn't dead! Then it hit me. The sky had no color. Everything felt washed in the brush of a dream. I stopped, looked at him and went, "You died." Previously, he was laughing with everyone else. He tried ignoring me, like a dog that knows it's done something it shouldn't. "You died!" The rest of the party stopped. "You died, didn't you?" He looked away from me. Defeated, he said, "Yeah," and it hung in the air. My dream paused, almost as if you could hit a stopwatch to reality. With everyone else frozen, he hugged me and said, "I love you, man. Tell everyone else I love them too." He vanished, and I woke up crying. Oof, sorry for your loss, man. Case file number 2357, written by Edgar Pickle. The Call of the Wild magazine? A few years back, I moved up to northern Wisconsin for the summer. I had a good job, some friends already there, and it's beautiful during the summer. Anyway, one of my favorite things to do was simply get in the car and start driving. Any direction, it didn't matter. I just wanted to see the beauty of the land. And I was never disappointed. One day, I started driving again, randomly. But this time, I thought I ought to go south on Sanborn Avenue. It just felt like the thing to do. But really, that wasn't that unusual as I routinely took Sanborn. It's just that this time, I had a stronger feeling that I really ought to go that way. I drove on for a number of miles, until I came to the White River Dam. There's a little parking lot there for canoers and kayakers. I thought, I really want to park there. I really do. So I pulled the car over, got out, and looked around. I was overcome with this urge to walk around the edge of the lake above the dam. I realized that whatever it was that I'd been driving towards was there. By now, I'm totally perplexed and a little frightened of what I'm going towards. But I feel a push that is making me go forward, so I kept going. The edge of the lake isn't a hard line between solid land and water. There's a significant marshy area, and my feet started getting a little wet as I splashed through the water. But I knew I was close. Close to what? I wasn't sure, but I knew it was close. I came to a little bend in the trail I'd been following. Looking, I realized that whatever it was on the other side. Before I go on, I need to describe something about the feeling I was having. I don't know if I'm the only person who's had this or not, but I remember when I was younger and pretty inexperienced sexually, if there was a prospect of something significant happening with a girl, I would get a unique feeling of excitement and nervousness, combined with a feeling of doing something that might get me in trouble. I'm talking really inexperienced. Maybe it's just me that had that, maybe not, but that was the feeling I was having then. I was very obviously following something that was manipulating that part of my brain. I generally like that feeling when I get used to it, usually because it meant there was something good in the immediate future. But now, walking through a marsh after feeling like something was calling me there from miles away, well, as you can imagine, I was freaked out. But still, I thought I should at least see where this feeling was leading me. I went around the corner and thought, there it is. I looked, and there was a thick magazine on the ground. I leaned down and opened it up, and it was full of nothing but inappropriate material. Flipped through a page or two, then looked around for anything else, and that's when I realized that the feeling of being pushed was gone. In fact, all of the sensations I'd been having since I started driving were gone. It was just me standing in the Northwoods with a magazine full of inappropriate material. The magazine had been partially submerged in water and had mud on it, so I just left it there and drove home. I know this sounds like a joke story, but I swear this is something that happened to me. I'd never had that feeling of being pushed ever before, and I've never had it again. Well, harking back to the force that pushed the person to go save their long-lost friend or someone they knew at Whataburger. You never know where your gut is going to take you and the forces that permeate the universe. Now, was it important that you find this magazine and look at it briefly? Maybe. Sometimes the smallest domino can have the biggest impact. You just don't know because the domino is miles back and you don't even remember it. Maybe sometime in the future it'll become apparent, but probably not. Case file number 2358, written by Division 23. The Skeptic and the Samurai. 15 years ago, I worked in a restaurant in a very old building that shared a yard with a courthouse, and was the site of a public gallows in the 19th century. The last public hanging was in 1834. When I started working there were some of the servers that told me that the place was haunted, and shared stories of strange things they experienced. Chairs and tables being moved when they left the room, those sorts of things. I was always a skeptic, so I never really took them too seriously. I had a key to the place and would be the first one there in the late morning, getting things ready by myself until early afternoon when everyone else would show up. The restaurant took up the entire 3 floors of the building, dining room and kitchen on the main floor, bar in the owner's office upstairs, and storage in the basement. I was in the kitchen one day. I had gotten there just about an hour before and was the only one there. I heard a door close and someone walking around upstairs in the bar. Creaky old hardwood floors, real quiet when you're there by yourself, so it was obvious someone was moving around up there. The owner would sometimes sleep in his office if he had a late night, so I figured he must have spent the night and had just gotten up. I go upstairs and the place is empty. I look around the bar and office, call out the owner's name, nothing. Silence. I've always been a skeptic, but I was so sure I had heard someone walking around up there. I go back to the kitchen, listening for any more sounds, and I don't hear any. I then hear what sounds like someone moving around downstairs, so I start to go down there. On the wall of the staircase is a huge oil painting, probably almost 2 meters square, with a really heavy steel frame. It's a painting of like a samurai warlord or something, sitting in a throne with a staff, and wearing a mask that looks like a skull, painted by the owner's grandfather, who had died in a house fire years before. As I am halfway down the stairs, I hear a snap, and this painting, which must weigh 40 to 50 pounds, comes flying right at my head, embedding a corner in the wall next to me, and I'm staring at the warlord guy right in the eyes. I freaking booked it up the stairs, out the front door, and waited for my coworkers to show up, so that I could tell them that I now am a believer in their ghost stories. Yeah, if a painting flies at my head with no discernible source from the force, that'll make anyone believe. Case file number 2359, written by Kitty Queen Kayla. The last stop you should ever make. When I was a senior in high school, my dad drove me across state in New Mexico, USA, to check out a college I was thinking of going to. We were in the middle of nowhere in the desert, and we needed gas. We saw a small station and pulled into it. There was a note taped to the pump that said, "See cashier for payment." There was one car parked on the side of the building, and it didn't look like it had been there that long. No dust on it, tire marks in the dirt still visible, newish model, but we didn't see a single person. We walked up to the building, and the door was locked. You could see all the merchandise was still boxed up, and the shelves were empty. There was a door in the back that had a deep freezer pushed in front of it, as if someone was trying to keep something or someone from being able to open it. It was so quiet and eerie. I looked at my dad, and he looked at me, and we quickly got back into the car and got the hell out of there. To this day, I always wonder if someone was put in that back room and left to expire. Should we have called someone and reported it? Probably. I think about it all the time. Could I have saved someone's life if I had called? Were they already gone? Was anyone even there, or was it just an eerie coincidence that the freezer was positioned in that way? I don't know, but man, I do know that in that moment I felt actual fear, and I think my dad did too. A feeling of, you need to leave now, or something bad is going to happen. Maybe you should have called, but getting out is the correct move. Case file number 2360, written by Deep Garlic 2039. Sounds delicious. The Bermuda Pullover. Last summer, I took my family on a cruise to Bermuda. I remember packing and looking at the weather. I packed a bunch of shorts and tees, but also 2 pair of nice pants and some collared shirts, so my wife and I could go to a nice dinner one night while my parents watched our 3-year-old. This was not my first cruise, so I knew I may need a light jacket for a night on the deck. I packed my quarter-zip pullover. It's from a fundraiser golf outing my fraternity had. There's maybe 60 in existence that are exactly like it. I packed it specifically over any other pullover because I've been lucky to run into fraternity brothers from chapters all over the country who spot my letters. I figured why not on a cruise. We left Saturday afternoon from Manhattan. My wife and I picked Monday night to have our date as it was the last night before we made it to Bermuda. And we wanted to make sure we didn't have reservations on other nights in case we were enjoying Bermuda and couldn't make it to the boat in time. It was cooler out that night, so after getting my nice pants and shirt on, I put on my pullover before we left for dinner. We walked the ship a little, then decided to get our photos taken. I took my jacket off and placed it on a chair in the photo studio. My wife placed her clutch on top. When we were done, we grabbed our stuff and went to the restaurant. I put my jacket on the back of my chair, and we enjoyed our dinner. Once done, we headed back to our room, where my parents had just put our son to sleep. We had drinks we planned to enjoy on our balcony. This is when I realized I didn't have my jacket. I went back to the restaurant, which was closing, and asked if anyone turned a jacket in. I showed them a picture of it, and they said no, but to check the lost and found at guest services. I checked with guest services and they didn't have it either. I figured maybe it'll show up in a day or two. We went about our cruise. I checked back on Wednesday night and Friday before we packed up. We dug through all of our laundry and suitcases and it was simply gone. I also didn't have any other jackets, so it wasn't just like a mistake that I brought a different one. I also asked my parents and sister and her husband if they saw it, and the answer was again no. I was kinda pissed because I thought someone took this jacket that, unless they were in my fraternity, would mean nothing to them. We got home, unpacked, did our laundry. It was still nowhere to be found. About 4 months later, I was packing for a work trip and I knew I'd need a pullover. So when packing, I went to the area in our closet where I keep my pullovers and there it was, hanging like it never left. I had talked to my wife as we just got back from a different beach trip where I complained I didn't have my pullover, and here it was. I asked her if she saw it come back from the cruise, and she swore no. She would have said something, because she knew how upset I was. She also said she didn't see it go to the beach either, as at that point it was still gone. Case file number 2361, written by Anonymous. The Man Who Wore a Face. When I was in college, I was walking across campus to my early morning class, when this old white man with the bluest eyes I've ever seen stopped me to ask for bus ticket money. Everything went still around us. No sounds, the air felt stiff, and there was literally no one but us outside. This man's eyes were like aquamarine, but the rest of his face, it was like his skin was plastered on. His nose looked stuck on like clay. His cheeks looked like they were barely hanging on to whatever was underneath. He looked truly bizarre. He stops me and compliments my lipstick and asks if I could help him pay for a bus ticket so he could visit his son. I told him I didn't have cash to help him. He never breaks eye contact and tells me he's a veteran and takes his wallet out to show me his military lapel. When he opens it up, I see a wad of cash in there, and he looks at me again and asks if I could help. While all of this was happening, the only thing I felt was that I was in danger. I truly thought I was in the presence of someone evil, even though he didn't say or do anything to provoke the feeling. I ended up reaching in my bag for quarters and gave them to him. He held my hand for what felt like forever, and then let me go on my merry way. I think about this encounter a lot because it felt like he was pretending to be human. His skin looked like it was made out of wet clay and wrongly placed. His eyes were so blue they looked unnatural, supernatural. And why ask for money when you already had it? Anything to do with imposters does creep me out. Could it have been an alien trying to pose as human? But why would they be posing as a homeless man, a veteran down on his luck? I don't know. Case file number 2362, written by Ska is Here. The name I didn't want to hear. Well, when I was 16, my family was temporarily staying at my aunt's house while we transitioned from out of state to the area. My aunt lived in an old family house that had been in our family for generations. The house was super old. Everything was made out of real wood and creaked like hell. Doors, windows, stairs, floors. It was summertime, and me being 16, I was up around 2 a.m. in the living room, chilling by myself on my laptop. All the lights were out because I didn't want to disturb anyone else in the house. The house had the basic main floor, upstairs, and basement. It was also an old row house in DC, so you could just turn your head in either direction and see the entirety of the house, so it wasn't the largest of spaces. Well, anyway, I'm chilling, hanging out, super attentive to whatever the hell I was looking at on my computer. I was laying on my tummy with my head in the direction of the front door and stairwell that led upstairs. Then, out of nowhere, I hear someone say my name from right behind me. I mean, right behind me. As if someone was standing or sitting right behind me. The voice was crystal clear, not a muffle or anything. It sounded like a man's voice, although there were no men in the house. I also have an extremely unique name that isn't easily confused with other words. Instantly, I smiled, thinking it was one of my sisters or cousins playing a prank on me. I whipped my head around to catch whoever thought they were funny, and there was absolutely no one there. As I began to think of how someone could be pranking me, the humorous feeling I had quickly faded to terribly petrified. I realized I was the only one on the main floor. Everyone else was either upstairs in the bedrooms, or my mom was sleeping in the basement turned temporary room. I began thinking that the proximity the voice came from, literally right behind me, was too close for someone to sneak up behind me to not hear them approaching. Literally everything in this house creaked loud as hell. Literally impossible for someone to even tiptoe around without being heard. Before this moment, I was facing the staircase, so if anyone came downstairs from one of the upstairs bedrooms, I would have seen them. Within a matter of seconds, I hopped up and went off to the basement to join my mom as she slept. One of the most horrifying moments of my life. Never experienced anything remotely similar since, thank God. Case file number 2363, written by Scraforius. Boom, boom, run. I used to teach in the evenings in Japan about 5 years ago. I often met students at different temples and shrines because people often use the rooms there as community spaces for things like that. It was around 11:30 p.m. I had just had my last English lesson with a student. After she left, it was my job to vacuum the room I had used and turn off all the lights. So I went into the room with the vacuum, and there were dozens of decorated drums and portable shrines I had never seen before that were being stored there, as a festival was coming up. I opened the door and could see them moving a little, but I figured it was from vibrations from me opening the sliding door and went about my business. I usually try not to think about creepy things and just ignore if something like this happens. Anyway, I turned off all the lights before bringing back the vacuum, except the last one by the entrance. Then went to the storage room again to put the vacuum back. As I opened the door to the storage room, the big drums started booming in rhythm, super loud. And the portable shrines were all making noise too, with the little drums on them. My senses became overwhelmed, and I was afraid to look. I fled from the building and ran to my car, only to remember I hadn't locked up. I didn't want to be fired, so I had to call my husband and was on speakerphone with him the entire time that I ran back to the temple and locked the door with shaking fingers, and I could still hear the drums from outside. Luckily, I made it out alright, but I feel like something was messing with me. Since then, people ask me if I ever saw any ghosts at the temples, because in Japan they believe ghosts come out at temples at night. But I never told them about that and just said no. I'm pretty sure it wasn't an earthquake or something that caused it, because the drums were making a noise as if someone was hitting them rather than just rattling. And also, I didn't feel an earthquake, and also it continued longer than an earthquake, way longer than you can feel would normally last. I also felt like it was specifically related to me opening the door and coming into the room. Like the first few rattles were a warning, but it got real when I went back in. It's a ghost that wanted to sleep, but made a ruckus so you'd leave. Case file number 2364, written by Filthy the Dog. Luminous Logic. Sometime back in the early 90s, my then girlfriend and I lived in a Victorian terraced house. Nothing overtly spooky ever occurred there, apart from the neighbors complaining that someone had been in their house and moved things around when they were away. They were alarmed enough to call the police, and seeing as there was a shared roof space along the terrace, we were briefly questioned, as were the other neighbors. Weirdly, the police asked if there had been any paranormal activity in either of our houses, which was obviously laughed off at the time. A few months later, my girlfriend and I were lying in bed with the lights out. I was on my back with my eyes open. Slowly, a luminescent, hollow ball faded into view, seemingly made up of lots of very small, dim, fluorescent rods, like the magnified pictures of bacteria you see. The ball was about 1 meter across and was perhaps 1.5 meters above the middle of the bed. I was obviously having some pre-sleep hallucination. After a few seconds, it faded, and I turned to my girlfriend and said, "I just saw a ball of small lights floating over the bed." She had seen it too. We lay there, shocked. Soon, another hollow ball appeared, this time made up of dim, fluorescent triangles. Again, this lasted a few seconds, then faded away. I think after that, our eyes were tightly shut, and heads went under the duvet. But the experience was never repeated, as far as either of us saw. I once told the story to somebody, and they wondered what would have happened if we'd reached up to the strange objects and touched them. That's a good question. Would you be consumed by the energy, or would it transfer into you? Case file number 2365, written by Aquila Odax, The Phantom and the Foreigner. I used to live in an apartment opposite a park in Japan. On the other side of the park was a convenience store, and the quickest way to the store was directly through the park. The park was pretty bare, had a baseball field, a playground, and a path leading through it, with some mounds, some small plants, and thin trees. One summer evening, I'm headed to the store to get some cigarettes, and I notice a lady standing to the side of the path just staring at some houses. I get closer, and I greet her with a "good evening" in Japanese. She doesn't say anything back, but I think nothing of it, as she's probably afraid of a foreign man alone in the park at night. She's about 5 meters off the path, just standing still there. I look at her as I pass by, and she has this distressed look on her face, still intently staring at the houses across the street. I didn't really know what to do. I looked at the houses, then back to her, then decided to just mind my own business and push on. I took about 5 or 10 more steps, then came to a halt. Something wasn't right. Everything about her just seemed off. I turned around and she was gone. There were no trees thick enough to hide behind, no bushes or large rocks to hide behind, no buildings, no bins. Had she ran, there wasn't enough time to be out of my sight. I also would have heard her running on a gravel and dirt path. She vanished in the space of seconds. I walked around for a few minutes looking for her, thinking it was a prank, but she was nowhere to be found. The whole atmosphere of that park changed for a moment. The air felt heavy, and I felt like I was being watched. I pressed on to the store, and I took the long route home. About 3 months later, I was smoking on my balcony one night, when I saw her again. The same part of the park, same stance, staring at the same house. And again she disappeared in an instant when I took my eyes off her. Well, if I had to guess, something happened in the house she's staring at, something very traumatic, and she can't move on. Case file number 2366, written by It's Just Me 134582. 4 legs, 2 human. I was living on a farm that had pigs, chickens, and cats and dogs. The pigs had a pen that was about 25 by 30, and it was built from wire and planks. The planks they would regularly rub up against and make loud noises with. The wire they would scrape against the wood and make loud noise. The pigs would snort and splash in mud. In short, it was always loud there. I was walking around after a long day of work with my older brother and Ma. It was about 10:30, middle of December, so it was cold and the sun was down. And I heard a loud noise, similar to one of the pigs screaming, come out of the valley that the pig's pen was located in. I ignored it, because as stated earlier, it was always loud there. But after about 3 minutes of the non-stop screaming of the pigs, I decided that something was wrong, and I needed to check it out. So I dreadfully trudged downwards into the valley on the worn path, and lo and behold, nothing was wrong. At least, that was what I thought. See, our Ma had given us headlamps that we were required to wear when we were outside after 9. We lived in Kentucky, specifically a part that lived up to the name Coyote Country, so you can understand why she required it. After I turned on my lamp, I immediately saw what their squealing was for. Before me stood a creature. It stood on all fours, but it looked weirdly humanoid. It couldn't be human though, because its arms were too long. It had a snout and wolf's ears. Its mouth was covered in blood. Its teeth were razor sharp, and its eyes reflected an eerie white against my headlamp. It was covered in fur and abnormally tall for a coyote or even a bobcat. Before it sat the carcass of a pig. I won't go into the gruesome details of what had been done to it, but imagine a butcher shop, but only if the animals were still alive and squealing around. I screamed, yes, literally screamed, and ran away in terror, tripping along the way because I wore cowboy boots back then, the kind with heels. I ran all the way back to the cabin, which was 4 acres away, and explained what had happened to my brother and Ma. My brother didn't believe me, but my mom was concerned and sent him out to check. He came back saying that the pen was broken and that one of the pigs were missing. When I went to check, it was true. Of course, there was a blood spot where the carcass had been, but the creature was gone. All the piglets were huddled in a corner together, refusing to leave. So we spent 2 hours fixing the pen. Then we went back and everyone laid down. It has been a long time since then, and I still don't know what I saw. For a while I thought I was insane, but now I know it happened. I believe in the supernatural. We moved soon after that. I don't know if this has to be supernatural. I think it's simply the fact that the world is so big. There are probably creatures, maybe on the brink of extinction, that we simply haven't discovered. And what you saw, what you described kind of sounds like a werewolf, but maybe something like a werewolf does exist. Not in the sense of humans transforming into it, but some kind of creature that is bloodthirsty. Case file number 2367, written by One of Those Nights, 2. The 1800s called, and he answered. My friend's mom was driving me home. My friend was also in the car. It was past midnight on Tuesday in February. We live in a super small town that is technically called a village. Needless to say, there is basically no nightlife. My friend and I were in the back while her mom was in the driver's seat, leaving the passenger seat empty. We had started the downward slope of a hill when the bright shone on a man. He was walking in the middle of the road. She slowed down, expecting him to move to the side of the road. He could not have been in any less of a hurry. He seemed to have complete confidence in us slowing down. At this point, we had reached almost a standstill, and we could finally see him clearly. He had on shorts with suspenders, a huge overcoat, and boots that went up to his knees, and a top hat. He looked like he was from the 1800s. It got deadly silent. As we got even closer, I could start to make out his face. He was pale, but not abnormally so. And either he was amazing at makeup, or he had something red smeared across his mouth. He peered through the passenger side window, and I have never ever seen eyes like his before. He made direct eye contact, and had a slight smile on his face, and he appeared to be reaching for the door handle. I could only describe his expression as taunting. Looking into his eyes was a feeling I'll never ever forget. At some point, my friend's mom came back to life and slammed on the gas. We later called the police station to see if anyone had seen anything that night, but nothing had been reported. Honestly, I think we may have seen a demon, because I don't think any human can have eyes like he did. I sometimes wonder if there was a reason the three of us saw him, and if it was a sign or something. Well, a demon, but perhaps a space-time paradox. You're seeing a man that was in the 1800s. By his recollection, the road probably looked even different. Although, you'd have to ask, was there even a road back then? Perhaps not. Case file number 2368, written by BMFR Research Club. A flinty situation. My husband loves hunting for fossils and arrowheads. He found his first fully intact Native American artifact a couple years ago. A small scraping tool made from chipped flint. He was super pumped to have finally got one after months of searching. He showed it off to everyone who would listen, and after taking it to work to show some of his coworkers, it just vanished. He thought he must have left it on his truck and drove off with it, because after searching the office and parking lot, it was nowhere. When he told me he'd lost it, I helped him tear the house apart looking for it. We keep our favorite fossils and flint pieces in a small display tray, which is where he normally kept it, and it wasn't there. Not under any furniture, just seemingly gone. Eventually he gave up and just hoped he'd find another one someday soon. Fast forward a year and a half or so, and I was looking in the display tray, and there it was. It just reappeared. From an outside perspective, it's easy to write off, but I know with absolute certainty it was not there before. He and I both combed over the tray many times. For whatever reason, it found its way back, and we still have it to this day. Case file number 2369, written by Juniper Babe. No pets, no people, no logic. This happened 6 months ago, and still bothers me almost every day. I was getting ready to leave the house one day, and I'm using my AirPods. I place the case on my bed. The bed has dark blue sheets, so I can very easily see the white AirPod case. The bed is made, it's flat. There is no way the case can get lost in the sheets. It's just sitting on top. I am the only person in the room, no pets either. I turn around for literally 1 second to grab my eyeliner, and when I turn back, the case is just gone. I ripped my entire bed apart, even though I know I only saw it sitting right there on top. I looked through every pillow, every blanket. I even went through my drawer and looked through pockets of pants I haven't worn in years, because I was so confused and desperate to find it. My bed has storage, so it's completely flat to the ground. There is no under my bed that it could have fallen into, if it could even fall in that 1 second. My entire room was in the hallway when I gave up looking. I have washed my sheets and cleaned my floor many times since then, and I still look to see if I can find them when I do, because it still makes me so mad and confused. It was right there, and then it just vanished from this dimension in 1 second. I didn't believe in any type of glitch before this, and this is one thing that made me question it. It makes absolutely no sense. There is nothing that could have happened in that 1 second for it to not be there when I turned back. I still have the actual AirPods. They're sitting and waiting for their vanished home to come back. I got new ones since then, but I still kept those in case I ever found the case somehow one day, but I never did. They went on a voyage, and I don't think they expected it either. Case file number 2370, written by Been to the High 4, Between the Flowers and the Fog. My great-grandmother lived in a house with her son, my grandfather. She died a month after my second child was born. She was 93 and the sweetest woman. I used to be at her and my grandpa's house a lot as a kid, because I would walk to and from school from there. I remember her funeral and being like the last one to leave her graveside because I just hated the feeling I had, like we were abandoning her to the cold ground. It was January. Sometimes after death, I had a dream. It was the backyard of her house, which at the time was down the street from where me and my husband lived. It was like full foliage in the dream. The dozens of flower beds were in bloom. Grandpa was an avid gardener. And it was summer, but I remember the actual colors in the dream were colorful, but had this muted gray tone to all. Grandma was sitting on a chair in the yard, soft smile, and just her quiet, gentle voice, and beckoned me to sit next to her in the empty chair next to her. I did, and all I remember of the conversation was Grandma assuring me everything would be all right. She tapped my arm and hand over and over, and kept repeating everything was going to be all right. I can still hear her voice in my head. Her voice was so clear. You know how in dreams, voices and faces can almost seem different? I've never dreamt of her since then, and that dream almost didn't feel like a dream. I remember waking up and being overwhelmed by it, and trying to wrap my brain around the dream. I've only ever dreamed like that once since, where it felt more real, different plane of reality. And it was about my dog, Coco, that I lost suddenly in 2016. Like both dreams made me happy, and I felt comfortable and at peace and safe. The house she lived in was in disrepair, and my grandpa, her son, ended up having to leave due to its bad state, and it was bought and demolished. The lot still sits empty, and I pass it all the time, and my husband and I hope whoever owns it will put it back on the market so we can buy it and build a house. My dream since I was a kid was to fix up the old house, but now I just hope one day we can buy it. My grandpa died in 2020, and they are buried next to each other across the street in the cemetery. We used to live in a house that was on the adjacent street. Their graves were behind our property, so I was always able to go over there and visit her when we lived there. Grandpa was still living then. We moved long before Grandpa died. I like to think Grandma maybe had insight to all the troubles and stresses and hopes I've had, past, present, and future. And maybe just was letting me know it'll all come together someday. Don't worry. I visit them now, from time to time, between dropping kids off at school, and just check in. Hope maybe they could give us some luck so the lot goes on sale, so I can build a house she would be proud of. Case file number 2371, written by Bird Frog Frog. The Shuffling of the Unknown. When I was 10, we moved to a new house in the country. A cozy, homey place, very comfortable. When I think of home, I think of it. I often miss it, and I like to imagine I will go back and buy it someday. Millennial nonsense. That said, it was the oddest damn house. From what I understand, it had started life in a nearby town, and then was physically moved about 6 miles out. Someone then tacked on about 25% more house. I think the family who lived there before us did the work. I'm told it was some creative do-it-yourself. Anyway, they tacked on a new master bedroom and bath and extended the living room. Then an enclosed, screened-in back porch. My parents got the new master. My sister and I got the original master, behind which was this newer porch add-on. I have no idea why they added that porch, because it made our room dark all of the time. The moon had to be large enough, and set or rise at just the right times, for us to get light in there at night. A whole year passes very happily. We like the house. But sometimes, about 30 minutes to an hour after my sister and I turn the light off in our room, something would start bumping in the attic. Big thump, thump, thumps, like someone with 2 peg legs stamping around in circles. My sister and I called this the thump bumps. We'd make up whole stories about them. Honestly, I think if my unexplained experiences had remained this simple, I would have chalked it up as rats, which we definitely had. The thing is, I've since dealt with rats, both wild and tame, and while it's not impossible for them to make such sounds, why constant circles? Why did it sound so heavy? If it were that heavy, you'd think that rat was jumping, and if it were jumping, you'd hear the answering slap of its tail. Also, rats have their own little lives to run. They're not automata. They take enormous bodily leaps in circles and circles in a steady rhythmic pattern for 2 to 3 hours at a time? But whatever, we weren't afraid. It was odd, not bad. Early summer rolls in. I have turned 11. I woke up suddenly one night. I heard someone doing dishes, running water, dishes clinking against one another. Normally, I would have seen some light on in the corridor wall, but it was black as sin, which meant someone was doing dishes in the dark. I glanced at my clock. 2 a.m. Okay. Well, I was thirsty, so I got up. Just as I reached the end of the hall, just as I turned the corner to the living room, the sound just cut off, like someone had hit stop on a tape player. There was no squeak of the faucet handle being twisted, or the stream slowing to a trickle, or dishes being set down. The sound halted mid-splash, mid-clink. Complete silence. Nervous now, but committed, I slinked into the kitchen. The sink was bone dry and everything clean. Why shouldn't it have been when we had finished all the dishes the night before? I still have a clear memory of the moonlight glinting off the faucet. I didn't know what to think of it, but nothing seemed awry. I drank my water and went to bed. I don't know how long passed, only that it was summer and Sunday. That morning, I had been playing with my toy dinosaurs, of which I had 5. Velociraptor, Iguanodon, Brachiosaurus, Styracosaurus, and I forget the last one, but it was a herbivore. I had lined them up on my bed very neatly before heading off to church. I was last out of the house because my dinosaurs were important business. Well, when we finally returned, my parents unlocked the door, and in we tramped. Brother first, who turned into his room ahead of me, and me second. I stopped right in the doorway, and I felt real fear for the first time. My dinosaurs were no longer lined up on my bed, but scattered across it, like they had been played with. One was lying under the bed, one was lying halfway under my pillow, one was lying at the foot of the bed. Worst of all, my Velociraptor had been jammed together with the Iguanodon, like they were locked in battle. This one bothers me a lot because it's scary, no matter how I interpret it. If it wasn't spirit shenanigans, it was human shenanigans. My family might have done it, but whom? Dad was unimaginative. Mom was busy. And although my sister or brother would be excellent suspects, I had been last out of the house. Precisely because I had spent time lining up the dinosaurs. I think I asked my sister if she had done anything and she said no. Also, the style of play counts out the animal members of the family. To get that Iguanodon into my Velociraptor's arms would have necessitated a great deal of shoving and twisting. We had a Labrador retriever and many barn cats, but all of them were outside. If not my family, this implies that a stranger broke into the house, only played with my dinosaurs, and then left without doing anything else, which frankly is also terrible. In fact, there is nothing scarier than a human being. You know, I agree. And I'd prefer ghosts to them any day, but I guess I'm getting off topic now. So I'm seriously unnerved by this point. I start connecting dots and I don't like what they suggest. I put my dinosaurs away and tell no one. Well, not long after, I wake up in the middle of the night. It is unbelievably dark in this room, but that's normal. I was very cozy, deliciously rested, safe and snug. One problem. My left arm was sticking up out of the covers at an awkward angle, like I was trying to slap the ceiling. It was actually uncomfortable, but I was so relaxed that I didn't want to move, even to put my arm down. Suddenly, a warm adult hand presses down against mine. It drags down against my palm. The ball of their hand catches on the ball of mine. The skin is rough and moist. I can feel all the fingers. It drags off and flops away, It was like being high-fived by a zombie. I jerked my hand under the covers. I am now wide awake. I stare into the inky black and I listen intently. I realize that I can't hear my sister breathing. I can't hear anything. Oh God, I wanted to hear something, anything. I lie there, not daring to move a muscle, straining my eyes and ears. I was certain there was a person there in the darkness, but I couldn't hear them at all. I was sure they'd speak. They'd have to speak, right? You don't high-five strangers in the night and then not talk about it, right? I don't know how long I waited, but eventually I slept. And when I woke up the next morning, I didn't say anything about it to anyone. I listened to everyone at the breakfast table, and nobody mentioned coming into my room or seeing weird strangers in the night. I honestly didn't know what to think about it. I had been wide awake, I knew it. A sleepwalker, perhaps, maybe my sister, my mother. But no one was a sleepwalker that I knew about. I decided to put it behind me. Again, I told no one. That very night, I wake up again, wide awake. There's a little bit of moonlight, but thanks to that goddamn porch, it's a mere sliver on the windowsill behind me. It spent all of its strength just getting there. It can illuminate nothing. And this time, I felt like I was waiting. I tried not to wait. I told myself I woke up in the middle of the night all the time. I was absolutely not going to give any more high fives to night people. I had my arms under the covers and everything. A few minutes later, I hear my brother shuffle out of his room. I immediately got relaxed. Oh, thank God, just bro. He was probably going to the bathroom. Instead of walking to the bathroom, which was right across from his room, he shuffled to the end of the hall. Okay, so he's getting a drink, fair enough. But then, he turned around at the end of the hall and shuffled back. Alarm bells started jangling in the pit of my stomach. I froze in place and listened. He reached the door to my room, then turned around and shuffled back to the end of the hallway. Then turned around, shuffled back towards my door. He did this about 4 or 5 times, and I was getting increasingly more concerned. Finally, I sat up in bed. The shuffling had reached my door once more. I could see nothing. "Sam," I asked, "are you okay?" Complete and utter silence followed. My heart started crawling up into my throat. Please, say something, come on, say anything. Then the shuffling began again, at the other end of the hallway. I fly under the covers, which is where I lie for hours while a barefoot ghost shuffles back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. My door is open. It can come in. It can see me. Oh my God. But you know what's wild? I fell asleep. All it was doing was shuffling. The sound became tiresome, and I was tired. I guess shuffling isn't that bad. Better than non-consensual high fives, for sure. The next morning, I am again left with a conundrum. Do I tell someone? What the hell does one say about something like this? And what did I expect anyone to do about it? The thing could teleport. Its ability to do dishes transcended time and space. I didn't know what it wanted. I didn't even know what it was. I wasn't sure I could trust my experience. It was just so goddamn weird. For the record, my family was one step above Christian fundamentalism. Southern evangelicals believe in a spirit world of black and whites. Either a spirit is God's or it's the devil's. There is no middle ground. They also don't tend to believe that ghosts are turned dead, but actors of spiritual anarchy, there to confuse the faithful and lead them astray. Well, I was an extremely devout child. I'd read a lot about devils. They came in groups. They were destructive. They caused mayhem. They were almost unimaginably wicked. My spirit thing had exercised in the hallway and high-fived me. So not sure how to categorize that. Again, I opted to say nothing. I was hyper-alert when I was in the house, but it was normal and comfortable in the daytime. I decided tonight was going to be better. I prayed. I read my Bible. I woke up that night, wide awake. This time, there was no waiting. Shuffling started at the far end of the hallway. It walked up to my door, and it did not stop. It walked into my room. My bedroom's floor plan was like so. Sister's bed towards the inside of the room, and my bed sat in front of the hallway. There was an E-shaped walking space, and my shuffle buddy was like, hell yeah, I love to shuffle in pathways shaped like a capital E. Let's see how many circuits I can make of this bad boy. It was summer, and I had thrown off everything but a single thin sheet. This creepy freaking bastard started poking me through the sheet. It poked the sides of my arms and legs and hips. It had a lot of fingers, but generally, it would poke me on the side it was walking. Also, the fingers were preternaturally small. I kept hoping I was imagining it. Maybe it was the fan. Let it be the fan just whiffing on the sheets. And the ghost must have laughed out loud, probably. Did I fall asleep this time? Absolutely freaking not. I lay there absolutely still, barely daring to breathe, for I don't know how long I kept hoping my sister would get up. Eventually, the room started lightening. Dawn was coming. I started straining my eyes again. Soon, it would grow light enough for me to see my tormentor. The shuffling stopped at the head of my bed. I heard 3 drawn-out sighs in a woman's voice. Each one was identical to the one before, like a recording being played. And just like that, it was gone. I launched out of bed like it was Cape Canaveral. To my surprise, my sister followed me immediately. I was angry at first, like, you mean you didn't do anything? She was 9. I don't know what I thought she was going to do. I threw myself into my mom's bed and started babbling about ghosts. There was a ghost in my room. It was walking around my bed, and it was touching me, and it sighed, and it high-fived me. And why wasn't my mom looking concerned? Why did she look crabby? Bird, frog, please stop, Mom said. You're going to scare your sister. I frantically turned to my sister. She stared at me blankly and said nothing. I realized she must have jumped out of bed because I had disturbed her, not because a ghost had woken her up. This was beside the fact. My mother didn't believe me. I hate to tell you all this, but I would routinely lie as a child. I'm not talking about mundane activities like whether I had cleaned my room or finished homework. I'm talking about, today I saw a dragon while I was riding the bus, or I found a magical pool full of fairies. The only thing worse than being disbelieved by my own mother was the realization that I had played myself. I was the boy who cried wolf, but instead of wolves, it was shuffles and chore ghosts. I was on my own. So that night I prayed before I went to bed, and I threw on my comforter even though I was uncomfortably warm. When I woke up, suddenly that night, right on the dot, I woke up afraid and mad, like let's throw hands, jerk. If Mom wasn't going to help me, I was going to help myself. Right on schedule, the thing shuffles from the end of the hallway into the room and begins shuffling. Moonlight is starting to pool on the floor, but it's not illuminating, and the ghost isn't getting very close to it. Thankfully, no more poking. Shuffles had only gotten 3/4 of the way into the cycle when I leapt out of bed. I ball my hands into fists. I stand straight, throw my shoulders back. This was great and everything, but this was as far as I'd planned. Also, I was 11 years old. Nobody is afraid of babies, except for smaller babies. The ghost stopped. I could feel it regarding me from a corner. It felt so apathetic. Like it didn't really care. But go off, I guess. I groped around for something to say and pulled off the verbal equivalent of the housewife who starts throwing flower pots and ballpoint pens at a home intruder. You'd better not hurt my sister, I said loudly, hoping my sister would wake up. She did not. Silence followed. I stood there, feeling dumber by the second. Was I going to try and fistfight a ghost who could teleport? After a couple of minutes, I lay back down, and just like that, Shuffles started walking again. I spent the rest of the night wide awake and in despair. Again, as the dawn light began to fill the room, and just before I could see anything, the ghost sighed 3 times, each time identical, and was gone. Again, I sprang out of my bed and marched to my parents' room. My dad had come home the night before. He often worked at faraway locations for weeks at a time. So as I tried to tell Mom what had happened, he leaned up on an elbow and listened. He believed me. Mom tried to tell him I told stories like that all the time. I don't remember the exact gist of the conversation, but he prayed with me, and I felt better. That night was Wednesday night church. Dad put in a prayer request for me and sang a special song he'd selected that mirrored my fears. I felt so seen and so cared for. And that night, he prayed over my doorway, asking God to put an angel there. He also told me to say if the ghost showed up. I went to sleep elated. I woke up that night again. This time I was buzzing with excitement. Was I about to see a ghost fight an angel? The shuffling started at the end of the hallway. It drew closer and closer. I was so afraid that I might have to face the ghost myself. I waited for any sign that the prayer had worked. Shuffles shuffled straight through the door. Didn't even hesitate. Shuffled right beside the bed. This time, the moonlight fell far enough that I should have seen something walking, pressing into the carpet at least, right? But I could see nothing at all. My heart sank. I sat up anyway. Shuffle stopped right beside me. I could feel it regarding me. "In the name of Jesus," I said, "get out of this house and never come back." Huge, pregnant silence. Then, ha! One long woman's sigh. Almost comical. Identical to all the ones before. And just like that, it was gone. I was able to sleep the rest of the night, and the next morning I raced up to Dad and gave him a huge hug, and told him it had worked. Now, I've got to interject a note here. I am no longer an evangelical, but an atheist. This one experience kept me religious longer than I might have been otherwise, but also the seed of some doubt and thought. Because like a bad horror movie, it didn't end. Early fall, about 6 in the afternoon, I was sitting in my brother's room, reading a racist primer from the 50s, as one does. I started to feel uncomfortable. I felt like I was being watched, and I couldn't pay attention to the text. My eyes kept sliding over the words. I wanted to get up and leave, but when I really thought about it, I got a bit tetchy. No, I thought. There is absolutely no reason to leave. I won't. Started just staring at the page, doing no reading at all, as the uncomfortable feeling grew and grew and grew. Then from the door, ha! This time it was a man's, but like the woman's sigh, just pitched down. I flung the book and sprang. When I hit the doorway, I passed through a heavy coldness. Hit the hallway. I realized the hallway was downright hot compared to the room. Probably a difference of 15 to 20 degrees. What's more, passing through that coldness was like stepping through a door. As I walked into the living room, I marveled. Dad was watching Wheel of Fortune turned way up. Bro was on the computer. Mom and sister were cooking and conversing loudly. When I had been in that room, I hadn't heard anything. It had been completely silent externally. After that, all obviously weird activity dropped off precipitously. It didn't end, though. A number of small, bizarre things followed me into the mid-20s. At one point, I had a customer tell me that I had an angel, and I said, no thanks. I have my theories, but that's all they are. Mostly, I want nothing to do with it. I ain't going into no haunted houses, y'all. I don't trust something that can look or sound like anything it wants. I can't understand their motivations, and that alone is reason to stay far, far away. So I became an atheist. I was able to explain a lot of nonsense I had thought was miraculous as a child. I haven't been able to explain this, and honestly, I'm kind of grateful. Keeps me humble. I feel like it was truly a rare experience. Well, I just want to say this was a pleasure to narrate. Great writing, and what a crazy experience to go through. Also, curious that this experience, at least in form, shaped you into an atheist. I mean, per your description of Southern evangelicals and what they believe, makes sense. I mean, this ghost doesn't align with those beliefs, not really. Now, I'm agnostic. I just say, I don't know. There's a lot I don't know. Things you can't quite explain, that the scientific method can't test because it's not repeatable. Although your experience with Shuffles the Ghost, let's call him, could be tested because he kept repeating. Although, I guess the question then is, would it know it was being observed and being recorded, tested? Even if you couldn't see him, if he wasn't materialized in form, he was still making noise, so you could have recorded that. But yeah, what is a ghost? What is Shuffles a ghost? Is it a remnant of someone who passed there? Just a part of their soul, a fragment? Which is my inclination, especially when they repeat. They're stuck in a loop. But this one seemed to have more of a spark to it, like it could feedback off of you and was more sentient and aware, changing its tune in the sigh or the ha. So I can't give you definitive answers, but it is perhaps better that way. Life is more interesting with mystery. Case file number 2372, written by Troll Dad in real life. She's waiting, whispering. My wife and I went on a haunted walking tour of Old Town San Juan Capistrano. We enjoy the spooky stories and the history, but never really took the haunted part too seriously. At a stop at one of the old houses, the tour guide explained the history of the house and how she thought of it as her favorite stop. She said she had experienced the former resident, Alice, and that she always felt welcome there. She said people have seen shadows across the room at night and other times, but never threatened. She also said one of her fellow guides liked the house as well, but for the opposite reasons. He never felt welcome and always had a disturbing feeling at that part of the tour. As we were standing by the front door, the house is not open to the public. Other people, 2 other women, on the tour were asking Alice to show herself and peering in the windows and through the door. My wife looked on with interest while I stood back on the patio and leaned up against the railing. Nothing happened to them or for them, so they left that area and walked around to another side. I stayed for a moment longer, looking inside the house from where I stood. It was then that I felt a gentle pressure on my chest. Not like a hand, but still a gentle push of some sort, accompanied by an overall tingling sensation in my body. I also felt the intense compulsion to leave right away, which I did. As I walked around the corner, where the rest of the group was, my wife saw me and must have seen something on my face, even through the darkness. I explained the sensations I felt, and the tour guide said, "That's Alice." We talked for a bit and wondered why I and the other male tour guide felt that way, when most everyone else felt welcome. My wife suggested that perhaps Alice did not like men. About 6 hours later, around 3 a.m. or so, when we're in bed, I experienced the first night terror I've had in a long time, and the only sleep paralysis I've ever experienced. In what felt like a dream, I saw someone come into the room, an adult-sized shadow, move around to my wife's side of the bed and lay down. It was at this time that the sleep paralysis occurred. I tried to move, I tried to talk, but all I could produce was a gurgling, rapid snoring sound. I was trying to form words, but just made noise. My wife poked me as she often does when I snored, and I was able to form raspy, almost words of Alice and help. It was clear in my head, but I don't know how clear it was to her. What I do know is she woke up and shook me, concerned for my well-being. That broke my sleep paralysis. I apologized, but did not want to go into details at that time. She drifted back to sleep fairly quickly. It took me about 15 to 20 minutes to calm down and go back to sleep. I'm a receptive skeptic, but that was the first time I've experienced anything like that. This makes me wonder if sleep paralysis could be induced by spirits or entities around us. Maybe it's not only psychological. Yeah, of course, the brain waking up before the body, but maybe there's even more to it. Case file number 2373, written by Apprehensive Poetry 90. Pear today, gone tomorrow. Growing up, my grandparents had a pear tree in their backyard. The pears were so delicious that I hated having pears other than those ones. The burn pile was not far from the tree, and we'd have to pass the tree to go get to it. As I got older, I'd help my grandparents by burning their trash in the summer, and one summer, I twisted my ankle by stepping on a fallen pear. My aunt and mom always talked about eating pears from that tree, and my grandpa would go grab pears for my grandma to eat when she became housebound. My grandparents both passed away in 2020 of old age. No pandemic sickness. Grandma was 90 and grandpa was 95. I inherited the house and moved in the spring of 2021 after our family cleaned it out. That summer, I decided to have an arborist come and check out on the one tall oak tree because it looked like one part of it was dead. It was. He asked if he could check the other to make sure they didn't have any dead spots or diseases. I let him, and he said that each of the other trees were fine. I made an offhand comment saying that that was a relief because I was worried about the pear tree since I had not seen any fruit yet that year. He gave me a weird look and said that I don't have any pear trees on the property. I gave him one back and said, "Yes, I do," and pointed to the tree by the burn pile. He laughed and said that that was a crab apple tree and told me to follow him. Sure enough, that tree had crab apples on it. To say I was shocked was an understatement. After he left, I called my aunt and told her what happened, and she thought I was lying, so she came over. She lives about a mile down the road, and she was also shocked. So now I have a crab apple tree and no more pears. I have no clue how it happened. I just want my grandparents' pear tree back. Huh. Well, I was thinking quantum immortality, different universe. But if your aunt also remembers a tree, then it's very unlikely. You didn't both jump to the same universe. That wouldn't make sense. Maybe the tree itself switched universes. Case file number 2374, written by Superbird M22. Déjà Chu. I was in the kitchen with my youngest daughter and my wife. I was standing at my pantry with the doors open, looking for something to eat. I opened a bag of Terra chips and ate a few. Then I clipped the bag shut. I then opened a bag of Doritos and ate a few. Then closed those up because I wanted more Terra chips. But for some reason, I couldn't find where I put them. I told my daughter and wife that I couldn't find the chips I was just eating, and they laughed. But they started looking and couldn't find them either. I was completely mystified as to how I lost them while standing right in front of the pantry the entire time. While we're all looking, my oldest daughter walks into the kitchen and I tell her what happened. She responded that I couldn't have been eating Terra chips because she took them upstairs last night, and they're still next to her bed. Sure enough, I walked up to her room and they were there. I even tasted one to confirm to my senses that it was the same taste I had a few minutes before. This happened between 9:20 and 9:30 p.m. Central Time. Did anyone else experience anything off around that time? It was easily the strangest thing that's ever happened to me. Case file number 2375, written by 4Cam Jammer. Wrong turn, wrong floor, wrong reality? My wife and I are staying in a hotel tonight that is over 10 stories tall. After checking in, we took the elevator up to the 7th floor. Exiting the elevator, we walked to the right and followed the numbers on the wall to our room, which was actually behind the elevator shaft. 3 elevators. The elevators were in the middle of the hallway. In other words, the hallway went around the elevators. Anyway, the room was actually on the other side of the elevator shaft, so it would have been shorter if we had exited left instead of right. But no matter, we found our room and entered. Within a few minutes, my wife remembered that she left her laptop in the car, so I left the room to go get it. Upon re-entering the hotel lobby, I walked straight to the elevators and entered the middle elevator. I pushed the 7th floor button. When the doors opened, I walked out and turned to the left, because I remembered that our room was that direction. Then it happened. As I walked around the corner of the elevator wall, I noticed that the room that I was sure was ours was 10 numbers too high. 716 instead of 706. No matter, I just figured that I walked too far. So I turned left because I knew that the room numbers would get smaller as I walked to the left. Unfortunately, a cleaning lady was standing in the hallway with her cart blocking the way to my room. She was talking to someone through an open door that I believed to be my room. She was standing to the right of the door, so I just decided to walk all the way around the elevator shaft and come from the other side. When I finally turned the corner, I was shocked. Not only was the cleaning lady and her cart gone, I lost sight of her for maybe 15 seconds. But as I walked down the hallway, I came to my room. It was exactly where I thought it was, just around the corner from the elevator shaft. A minute earlier, that room was 10 digits too high, and my wife said that she never saw a cleaning lady. She was wearing all black and speaking a different language. It wasn't Spanish because I speak Spanish. We're in Texas. Never saw her face. Well, elevators. If you know, you know. Case file number 2376, written by Scooby Dooby. A smile not meant for this world. I was waiting outside Shoeless Joe's for my then girlfriend at like 9:30 or 10 in the parking lot. I'm leaning against the restaurant out front, just waiting outside staring at the cars parked in the parking lot in front of me. I live in a smaller town, so there was nobody out walking around or anything. Just a few empty cars owned by the people who are in the Shoeless Joe's or the bank or whatever at this time of night. Either way, it's eerily dead outside and quite dark. I'm scanning the cars, then suddenly, something catches my eye in one of the empty cars parked. You know when you glance into an empty car and you think you see somebody sitting in there? Well, I did that, and instead of there being nobody there, there was this person sitting in there, looking right at me. Right at me. But the thing is, it didn't look like any normal person I've ever seen. It was at a distance and dark out, but what I saw was somebody sitting in the passenger seat, completely still, like dead, mannequin still. The person was looking right at me, not moving. There was a slight smirk or awkward smile on its face, but not like a normal smile. I got like a, haha, look at a pathetic you style of smirk, like a malicious one. The eyes were black, no white, no pupils, nothing. Again, this was at night and I can't be sure, but from what I remember, the eyes were pitch black, but reflective, like the white lights of the parking lights were reflecting off them. It looked like a witch. It was an old woman, sharp, big, crinkly nose, weird, sunken, skeletal face. In fact, the person didn't look like they had on any clothes, but I could only really see the shoulders and head. Their skin was also a sickly yellow almost. Either way, as soon as I saw this person or thing, I instantly felt my stomach drop, like that butterfly stomach feeling. I felt so uncomfortable being alone outside, just standing there, being lifelessly gazed at by this smirking, black-eyed witch person. I literally started sweating and called my girlfriend to tell her to hurry up. It was so unsettling, I just went inside and got a booth and tried my best to shrug it off and forget about it. I was too shaken up to even mention it to my girlfriend, and I never told anyone else about it. The stare and the facial expression was so unnerving. This bony old woman, which almost looked naked, was unmoving, staring at me with black eyes and a weird, malicious smirk. Like I was half convinced somebody had a body in the car, or a Halloween prop. But this was like mid-July, and the person didn't look like they belonged in the car, let alone the plaza. Just completely out of place, sitting there in the passenger seat of a dark, empty car, staring at me. We have this rumor in my town of the Brooklyn Witch, which apparently is this old woman who resided in my town like way back in the 1700s or something, and she was known for cursing people. I swear, my friends and I saw her one evening biking down a street when we were younger. We all went quiet and were scared crapless when we biked past her that night. And thinking back on it, the person in the car looked very much like what I remember the Brooklyn Witch looking like when I was just a kid. Either way, this is one of 3 truly bizarre things I've ever experienced in my life. And you can believe it or not, but what I'm saying happened, and it still creeps me out to this day. Yeah, I don't want anyone looking like that staring at me, especially at night. Damn. Case file number 2377, written by Cyclopean Sloth. No maps, no records, no explanation. My girlfriend Kay and I were visiting a friend in Arkansas. We'd never been in the state before and looking forward to a fun road trip. Of course, we got lost and stopped at the Piggly Wiggly to get directions. Some guy told us to take a shortcut through Devil's Den. It wriggled around, but it was the best way to find the highway. We drive on and take the turn he told us to, and then things got weird. I swear we passed the visitor center first. Kay swears it was last. We are both completely certain. But anyway, the road started flat and began to incline gradually. Then it got narrower and narrower and oh boy, narrow. Only room for one car and not a big one. The road climbed up and up, and there were drop-offs, not like little drop-offs, think Grand Canyon. As far as we could see, the rock formations, mountains, were towering over us. It was like a canyon below us of nothing but red rock formations. The road was still there. It was cracked and had weeds growing through it, and it looked like no one had driven on it for a long time. Think the show Life Without People. Kay was white-knuckling the steering wheel, and I was hanging onto the side of the car. For some reason, I didn't even reach for the camera. I was too freaked out to move. She could only drive about 10 miles per hour because of the hairpin turns. It was insane. We were both terrified. Kay actually wanted to leave the car and walk, but I was more worried to leave the car. I know it's crazy, but it felt like a pterodactyl was going to swoop down or something. We don't know how long we drove on this road. There were no other cars, no buildings, no animals, no trees, no nothing but us and the red rock on the scary little road. Some of these mountains were huge, just tremendous. Eventually, the road began to even out. The red rocks were gone. It was trees and grass, and then we saw a farmhouse with horses. Then Kay swears, the visitor center to Devil's Den. We pulled into the parking lot to get our crap together. The sun was sinking fast, and Kay was worried about driving if there were any more horrible scenic roads, like that one. We drove the rest of the way through, and made it to our friend's house before it was totally dark. We wanted to show pictures of this amazing scenic red rock in Devil's Den, so we looked it up and couldn't find any pictures of it. Odd. Kay called the Devil's Den Visitor Center and asked about it. The ranger said they have no rock formations or giant mountains or anything like that there. He was so puzzled, he said, "Let me get back to you," and drove around looking for this red rock canyon. Called us back and said nothing like that existed there. It just wasn't possible. We've researched and researched, Google and books, and there is nothing even resembling that around there. It resembled Arizona, but even that wasn't quite right for what we saw. It's like what we saw just isn't here. Okay, so where were we? When were we? What was all that about? It sounds like a space-time portal, zigzag effect, or boomerang effect. You went into somewhere else, maybe a different time period even. But then you got pulled back. That would explain being so unsettled. You were literally out of place. Case file number 2378, written by Cake701, The Lights of Fate. I had just moved to Lawlin, Nevada to deal craps in a casino. Got an apartment not far away. Everything was going well when one night on the crap table, a boxman I hadn't worked with yet came and sat down. I literally was instantly in love with a crazy, indescribable attraction. He spoke to me if he needed, but mostly just turned his chair towards third base. I was on second base. He's supposed to watch the whole table. This went on for weeks, and I'd catch him looking at me from other pits. One night, all the dealers up at the bar after shift, so I went too. We talked that night till daybreak. He said the moment he walked up to the table the first time he saw me, the attraction was so intense, he practically fell into the box chair. He couldn't look my way, or he couldn't do his job at all. We started dating eventually. He came to my apartment where I had some strange things happening, with the lights going out. My stepdad had died a couple years before, and I'd say, "Bob, please turn the lights back on," and they would pop. I always assumed it was my stepdad checking in on me, being so far from home and family. So we're done with dinner, having wine, getting loose, and I start telling new boyfriend about the light thing. He says he doesn't believe in that kind of thing. Well, I then say out loud, "Hey Bob, if you're here, can you turn?" And bam, off go the lights. Off the lights? New boyfriend is speechless. Says he will check out the fuse box for me. Okay. He flicks the switches back and forth. Sits back down. Go ahead. Bam, on comes the lights. Turn on the lights. I swear it almost ruined that date. We moved in together because we slept together that night, and I, on the pill, got pregnant first time. Couple months later, he buys a house for us all. Now in the new house, Bob has a new trick. He likes to turn the channel to a completely different random channel a lot. One day, going through boyfriend's stuff, things he had in storage, he shows me his family genealogy book. I say, ooh, I'll grab mine. Well, his family is all from the exact town in Canada that my dad was born, with tons of my family still there. Some of my boyfriend's sisters and brothers went to school with my family members. This leads to a discussion about how it always felt like we were being pushed together, like we had no choice. And getting pregnant like that felt like someone wanted to make sure we didn't miss the clues about our destiny. He had moved from Canada to Lawlin, and I came from Washington to Lawlin to find him. After the baby was born, we would see a figure walking down the hall to check on the baby. We've moved to a few different states since then, but there's still occasional things going on. Figure in the hallway, but more so with our kid. She's 22 now. Bob still checks in on me now and then, and now he checks in on the daughter also. There's our ghostly love story. That's beautiful, and it's really the point made that you were on the pill and still got pregnant. First time. That's the stuff of cosmic fate right there. Certainly amazing for your daughter. Case file number 2379, written by Wild Philosopher 12. Between Sleep and Heaven. When I was around 18 or 19, my nan passed away. She had 5 kids, one being my dad, who was around the youngest, and 8 grandkids. I was her favorite, as Dad was the youngest, and he also was her favorite. Dad looked after her and got her into a great home where she had freedom and support. He visited her once a week for 10 years. At our home, there were issues with my dad and stepmom, and I was made to leave at around 10 or 12 and live with my nan. This was for about 3 months. She was amazing and my favorite family member ever. We had this unbreakable bond where she loved me so much and spoiled me with butterscotch lollies, and just knew how unfair the home situation was. Now, at the time of her passing, 19 or 20, I wasn't in a great place with my parents. I was living at a home, in an okay place, and just, in general, a bit stuck in life. On the night she passed, I didn't know at the time, I was asleep, and felt this presence come through my window and sit on the edge of my bed. I was sort of in a daze and worried. I used to get sleep paralysis back then, as I thought I was trapped between awake and sleep. But I felt this presence pat my back and tell me it's okay, and I felt like I was being hugged. I relaxed, and the presence just stayed there for a bit. It was so comforting and warm, and I fell asleep. In the morning, my dad called to me. Nan had passed. I knew instantly that was her. Thinking about it now, I can make out her face in amongst the colors of that presence. Case file number 2380, written by ACNH Amethyst. The Crunch Heard Around the World. Yesterday, I was having a conversation with my colleague concerning a piece of paperwork. So we're standing close proximity to one another as we spoke. During the conversation, she moved toward her desk, and in that moment, I happened to be looking down at her feet. We both heard an audible crunch. It sounded exactly like stepping on a Cheeto Puff, something that is definitely plausible at any given time in our profession. Since I was looking down at the time, I even saw that her foot was impeded from fully stepping down, and that it moved more slowly than a normal step as something was being crushed beneath it. She lifted her foot to see what she had stepped on, and absolutely nothing was there. Completely clean tile floor, and nothing on the bottom of her shoe. We both stared at each other in shock for a moment, laughed and joked that we must both be crazy. She also confirmed that she physically felt something crunching under her shoe at the same time that we heard it, Here's what gets even stranger. I got a call from a friend and we're chatting about how our weeks had been. I was telling her the story and she was utterly shocked too, because the exact same thing happened to her and a friend. Exact same experience where she witnessed and heard the event, and her friend heard and felt the event too, but nothing was there. I'm at a complete loss, so I'm open to any and all interpretations of how this could be possible. Well, frankly, this is a small glitch, but I got nothing. I don't know how this could happen, especially with your friend experiencing the same thing as well, and having witness. Case file number 2381, written by Anne the Existentialist, sipped, sung, and swallowed. A friend had made me a cup of tea, which wasn't unusual, but he made a point of telling me he'd make it with brown sugar instead of white, for some reason. Obviously I didn't mind, was still thankful for the tea. After I finished it, I was singing into the mug, being goofy, making some kind of weird ancient chant, using the echo inside the empty cup. I apologized to my friend for being annoying, and then had to leave the house briefly for an appointment. I got home roughly an hour later and decided to repay Buddy by making another round of tea. I'm English, of course. But we couldn't find my cup anywhere. We searched the apartment high and low, in complete bewilderment that the mug I had used such a short time ago had vanished. However, later on, I opened up the microwave, and there is my mug with half a cup of tea still in it. I tasted it, and it was made with brown sugar. We couldn't believe it. My friend hadn't made another cup of tea, or put my cup in the microwave. I also knew I had definitely finished the tea, because I only ever sing into the mug when it is empty, and that moment had been clearly marked by me apologizing for my weirdness. We were at a loss, but it really did feel like some kind of timeline glitch. I was in a new relationship at the time, but still living with my ex-wife and my buddy, who then got into a relationship with each other whilst I was still living there. Got pretty messy. But another interesting thing happened when me and my new love got together. I stripped next to her bed, but when I came to get dressed, a sock had disappeared. It made no sense because the other sock was right there on the floor where I'd left it. It never turned up despite turning the room upside down. These two events occurred within a few weeks of each other, but it always kind of felt like I'd been shifted into a different timeline, out of a toxic situation and into something much healthier, but still weird. Of course, I feel a bit crazy saying that, but the glitches felt like signposts, marking the end of one path and the start of another. Great way to look at it. Case file number 2382, written by a Kelly Clarkson song. Knock knock, who wasn't there? I'd like to start by saying that my parents' house has a long history of sporadic strange events. A few years ago, when I still lived there, I was hanging with my mom in her bedroom. We heard my sister coming home. See, she had a routine. Park her car, open the steel fence, open and slam the front door, throw her keys into the counter, run into the bathroom, come into my mom's room. We heard it all. I even said, "Ugh, your daughter is here." I was always annoyed by the loudness, and we waited. A few minutes went by, and she didn't come in, so I went to take a look. Her dog was waiting, as usual, outside of the bathroom. The light was off, and the door was slightly open. I stood there, didn't hear a sound, so I knocked a few times. No answer. I got worried and opened the door, but she wasn't there. I went into the kitchen. Her keys weren't on the counter. I kept walking. The front door was locked. I went outside. The fence was closed and no trace of her car. I came back to my mom's room. I don't know what my face looked like, but she immediately asked, "What happened?" I told her, and she called my sister. She was still at work. She would be coming home late. The thing is, something similar happened a few weeks ago. My sister now has a daughter, almost 3 years old. They were hanging in the same room and heard my mom coming home. My niece even said, "Grandma," and they waited. My sister did the same thing as me and called my mom. She hadn't come home yet. This happens when the soul, or part of it, detaches and projects, probably towards wherever that person's mind is focused on. She was at work but probably wanted to come home. She was very focused on that. Damn, I have to work late. but I want to be home, and so part of her went home, but only part of her. Case file number 2383, written by Mischief Mged, a home of heavy ghosts. My grandparents have lived in their house for 30 plus years. They typically had any family gatherings in their finished plus multi-room basement, and even as kids, we always made sure to go in groups if we ever had to go up to the main floor for the bathroom, because it always felt off and eerie up there when nobody was around. The house would always creak, and all of the grandchildren claimed the creaks were footsteps. They also have a back area to the home with a couple of rooms that are always much colder than the rest of the house. My sister and I were about 7 and 8, staying at my grandparents' house in the front room, which used to be my youngest aunt's. At midnight-ish, we heard a child talking, and it sounded like it was coming from inside the walls. We froze to make sure we both heard it when it stopped. When it started again, my sister basically became Usain Bolt and dipped into my grandparents' room, leaving me alone. My grandma came in to me basically almost crying and opened a small doorway, which led to a storage area, not an entire room, just a mini closet, and pulled out a baby doll toy. Apparently, that is what was talking and crying, and she shrugged it off, even though there was zero explanation as to why it randomly went off at midnight. It wasn't new, but its batteries weren't dying, and I don't even think it was switched on, to be honest. We haven't slept over there since, and when I told the aunt who used to sleep there, she claimed she always felt the house was haunted too, and had many encounters in that room. Once, she also couldn't sleep around midnight, and she felt watched. Then suddenly, she felt her mind go into a weird lull state, and felt something cold creeping through her body until it reaches the other side, and exited from her fingertips with a pop feeling. She suddenly felt tired, turned her TV off, and went to bed. She swears the TV became static when she felt the way she did, but it was the 80s, so that was possible even without the ghost. A friend of another aunt is a medium, and when she visited my grandma's house, she told her there was a lot of heavy and dark spirits in the house, but they didn't mess with my grandma since she is a strong woman. But apparently the rest of us are fair game. Case file number 2384, written by Adorable Kiwi, 1593. A hug before the storm. My grandfather was a huge part of my life in a very unseen way. He passed away when I was 5, but his influence in my family was immense. I was his favorite grandchild, according to all my aunts and uncles, and he always did his best for me and my family, even though they were not the best people ever. Long story short, I was put into foster care at a young age, think 9 or 10. A relative of mine took me in and busted butt to get me settled in their home. I was brought into their home late at night and had never spent time in the side of town they lived in, so I really had no idea where I was. That night, my first night there, I slept on the floor on a mattress and had the most vivid dream ever. I was in a schoolyard holding my grandfather's hand. He kneeled down beside me and hugged me, then stood up and we started walking around. He told me how things were going to change and that not everything was going to be easy. Then we walked around. I saw the playground and the schoolyard, the crazy-looking round wall of windows. He stopped walking in the middle of the field and knelt down again. This time he told me that I needed to stay strong and follow my heart, that life was crazy, and at the end of all the pain I will feel, I will have happiness. Then he hugged me and told me he loved me, and then I woke up. The next day, I had to get settled in school, and to my surprise, it was the exact same as in my dream. From the playground to the wall of windows, which turned out to be the library. Some days I would just go sit in that spot on the field during recess and just breathe. As a young child, I had no doubt that I had seen my papa and told my whole family about it. Of course, no one believed me, but to this day I still believe it, and he was right. I went through hell, went through a lot of pain, but here I am at the end of it, happier than I've ever been. Welcome, I'm Paul, this is Dave. Today I have 12 glitch in the matrix and supernatural stories for you. and we start with the Bond of David. Case file number 2385, written by Choose the Red Pill. Yes, 2 faces, 1 name. I started a new job a few months ago. I met David, and we instantly vibed. He showed me around the office, helped me whenever I had a plethora of new person questions, and we sat and had lunch together one of the days. This man was literally a few feet away from me. I could study his features. He sat in my office a few times when we had free time. Again, I saw his face clearly. All of this happened in the same week. The next week, a new face stands at my door, excited to see me and asking about my weekend. I didn't recognize him and must have looked confused because I saw his face drop. I almost asked if I knew him, but I was too awkward to. I figured it's someone I met briefly the week before. I went to David's office at lunch to ask him about the coworker, but instead of David, I found the coworker in David's chair, acting like he belongs there. He would have been startled to be discovered in someone else's office. I played it off casually, trying not to look confused again. Just made small talk and left, scratching my head, might I add. At the staff meeting, everyone was calling the coworker David and carrying on like that's always been David. I swear on my life, that's not the man I met in my first week. David had brown eyes, brown hair, and was thin. This coworker has blue eyes and is stocky. The hair color is the same, but not the styling. Even their clothing styles are different. I was in so much disbelief that I actually studied the thumbnail on his email profile picture, looking for any signs of old David. The new David only greets me in passing, but nothing further. He doesn't stop in my office on his breaks or interact with me outside of a polite hi in the mornings. I don't blame him because from his perspective, he probably thought I was standoffish when I didn't recognize him. I want to tell someone so badly because I'm so confused, but who could I tell without sounding crazy? I've had no recent falls, no substance use or prescribed medication. I don't drink or smoke. I'm healthy and fit in my 30s. I have no other explanation for this. I'm dumbfounded and still trying to process it. Nothing else at work or at home is out of the ordinary. I see old David's face clearly when I think about him. I don't understand how a completely different human is living his life and nobody but me seems to be aware. This experience is single-handedly the most confusing thing to have ever happened to me. I am adamant that the new David is not the man I befriended in my first week. Sure sounds like quantum immortality to me. It's kind of like a scene with Guinan in TNG, capable of sensing different realities and when something is out of place, only in this case, everyone has that sense if we're ported to a different universe, because some things are just out of place, in this case, David. Case file number 2386, written by Miss Mary. The case of the missing garden hoe. This happened several years ago in Saskatchewan, I'm guessing about 2014. My mom was around 85 years old at the time, living on her own. I often went over to her house to help her with yard work. It was time to do some weeding, so I grabbed my own spade and hoe and drove to her house a few blocks away. I know she still has all the garden tools, but I like using mine better. I got there, left my tools in my car while I assessed what work needed to be done. Since there wasn't that much, I left mine in my car and decided to just grab her hoe for a little bit of weeding. I grew up in the house and know exactly where everything is kept. Both her and I are the type of person to put everything away, back in its spot when done using them. I go to the corner of the garage where the garden hoe should be. No hoe. I look again. No hoe. I go in the house and yell, "Mom, where's your hoe?" She comes out and checks where it should be and always is. No hoe. We both discussed the strangeness of this as we both checked around the whole garage. She went out back to look as I proceeded to do the weeding. Thank goodness I did bring my own garden hoe. When I was done, we both went all around, one last time, to look for the hoe. As we both stopped at the spot where it should have been, she expressed disappointment. She said she has had that hoe for decades. It bothered both of us. Well, I then drove home and she went back in the house. About an hour and a half later, Mom is calling my house. I was a little concerned as it was 10:30 p.m. She said before getting ready for bed, she went out to the garage to look once again. Well, there it stood as it always did. I could not believe this, and I asked her if she touched it or moved it. She said she had not touched it. I told her I was driving over there right away as I needed to see it for myself. Couple minutes later, we were both standing in the corner of the garage looking right at the hoe, right where it always is. It was really unbelievable to both of us. We both have brought it up to each other over the years and are still bewildered. This was unintentionally hilarious because of hoe and the double entendre. Sometimes I'm too much of a kid. But yeah, DOP, standard event, standard glitch, but it's nevertheless always confusing. Case file number 2387, written by Friendship Master 1170. Brooklyn's Whisper of God. Many years ago, back in 1933, my mother lived in a very small, 2-bedroom apartment in Brooklyn during the Depression. Her family was truly poor, having sold absolutely everything just to get by. So the apartment was entirely sparse, as they could barely afford to eat. My mom was about 8 years old, and her sister was 3. Her sister had not been feeling well, and she took a nap in the room she shared with my mom. But when they came in to check on her fever, she was missing. She literally vanished. Her family became frantic, searching every possible place in that apartment for about 20 minutes, until they realized someone had clearly taken her. But this would have been impossible because they were on a 5th floor, the doors were completely locked, windows all locked. However, it was the only possible answer, as they had checked absolutely everywhere. There was virtually no furniture in the place, because they had sold everything just to get by, and they obviously checked carefully under the beds. They were on the phone with the police when they heard my aunt coughing in her room. They ran in to find her in her bed, tired but fine. My grandparents were beyond words, crying and holding her. And when they finally asked, "Where were you?" all she could answer was, "I'm fine. I was with God." I wonder if that was just her conscious mind trying to make sense of wherever she was taken. Case file number 2388, written by Hugh and Vic Realty. Cold to the last drop. This past Saturday morning, I woke up around 7 a.m., went through my normal morning routine and chores, brewed some coffee, started some laundry, etc. Then around 8 a.m., I turned on the TV and started watching a soccer game. Not a big drinker, rarely keep any beer or alcohol in the house, and rarely think of having a beer in the morning, but figured, what the heck? Kids were in the backyard playing, wife was doing some work in her office, and I had one single, solitary 12-ounce can of light beer in the fridge. So I went and grabbed it and took a seat on the couch to watch the game. At this point, I hadn't had a single beer or drink of any kind in at least a week. We'd just gotten back the night before from a 5-day camping trip, so we unpacked, showered, and went to bed. I wasn't hungover, just to qualify, I'm not breaking any rules. I don't smoke anything or do any recreational drugs. I don't take any medicine, medication, vitamins, supplements of any kind. But I do enjoy nicotine pouches regularly. So other than a couple of cups of coffee and a nicotine pouch, I was 100% sober. Had a good night's sleep the night before, and even during our camping trip, which was more of a glamping trip, but I hate that term, I was well rested. In a clear and relaxed, but aware, state of mind. If it sounds like I'm over-explaining my state of mind, it's because I am. It's been days and I'm still trying to reconcile and make sense of what happened. When I drink anything, water, coffee, juice, I do so at a normal pace. I don't take any tiny sips, but I also don't chug, just normal-sized drinks. Guessing it takes 8 to 10 swigs to empty a 12-ounce can. Maybe less, maybe more, who knows. When I opened the beer, the game was about midway through the first half. So roughly 20 more minutes in the first, 15 minutes halftime, and 45 minutes in the second half. I was steadily drinking the beer while watching the game. The game came to a close, and as I went to get up and turn off the TV, I thought to myself, I'll get up, turn the TV off, throw the empty can in the recycle, and get back to the laundry. But as I stood up and grabbed the can, it was completely full. Other than the leftover liquid around the rim of the can, that happens when you drink from an aluminum can, it was as if I hadn't taken a single sip throughout the entire game, which I know for a 100% fact I had been, steadily throughout the entire game taking sips, roughly 80 minutes worth. Despite the fact that I hadn't been realizing this during the experience, that the beer wasn't emptying, even though I'd been drinking it, I hadn't zoned out and forgotten to drink the beer. I wasn't doing anything else during the game, just sitting on my butt enjoying the game and the beer, uninterrupted. Why was it full? I wasn't about to dump it out, so I just thought to myself, that's extremely bizarre, but cool. I have basically a full beer. So I took another drink. The beer was ice cold, as if I'd just taken it out of the fridge. Certainly not a beer that had been out of the fridge in a 75-degree room in my 98-degree hand for 80 minutes. It was not in a koozie or anything, yet it was ice cold. Kids were still outside playing. They came in and out a few times, but were back outside. Wife was still working, so I changed the channel and started watching the Pacific, and I kept drinking the beer. As bizarre as this was, I somehow didn't fixate on it, and was just watching the show. That episode ended, and I reached for the beer. It was still basically full, and still ice cold. At this point, I thought about going and getting my wife and telling her about it, but decided, screw it, just go with it. Watched another episode. HBO played the entire series that day, and I kept drinking the beer. Each episode is roughly an hour. At some point during the second episode, I finally finished the beer. During the entire time I was drinking the beer, after my initial shock of realizing it was still full, I took note of its weight in my hand. The whole time I'd say it felt more than half full, but I was able to just keep drinking it and maintain its more than half full weight. It remained ice cold until the last swig. I threw it in the recycling bin and went on about my day still thinking about it, between chores and making lunch for the kids, etc. I'd say from opening the beer to finally finishing it took at least 2.5 hours. Later that day, after being unable to make sense of it, I went to grab it out of the recycle just to inspect the can, not sure what I thought I was going to find, and think about it some more. It was the only thing in the bin since we emptied the bin before our trip, and hadn't added anything else to it since we got home the night before. I'm adding this in case anyone thinks I maybe had several beers and imagined this one up in a drunken stupor. I didn't. There was only one can in the fridge. Kind of the whole reason I decided to even drink a beer in the morning. There was only one there, and there was only the one beer in the recycle bin afterward. I am honestly very skeptical about glitches in the Matrix. There must be a logical, reasonable explanation for these posts, right? But here I am, unable to come up with a logical, reasonable explanation for what I experienced. Truly just bizarre. The only thing I could think of was this was my glitch in the Matrix experience. A rather uninsightful, inconsequential glitch compared to most others I've read, but still really cool to me. And in typing this post, it turned into another exercise of trying to make sense of it. Also, at some point after the soccer match and becoming aware of the experience, while watching the TV show, I intentionally started taking bigger, longer swigs from the can. Not chugging it, but the size of swigs where I'd have expected that 4 or 5 swigs should empty the can. And I was able to take several swigs of this size. I remember thinking that as many big swigs as I've taken, I should have been able to finish 3 or 4 cans. And that was after watching most of a soccer match while taking normal-sized swigs for over an hour. I think the most fascinating thing about this is not the replenishing beer, but the fact that it's cold. I think it kind of proves that this beer was being transported from a different universe, probably from a fridge. Probably 4 or 5 cans worth of beer were just mysteriously disappearing from their fridge, and not the whole can. The can itself was probably still closed. It wasn't even broken, the seal on the top. But inside, they were empty. So that'd be a hell of a mystery for the you in that universe over there. Case file number 2389, written by Jess Gial. A glitch between good mornings. I'm really freaked out by an experience my daughter and I had last week. We were selling Girl Scout cookies from a Walmart early in the morning and had a repeat event happen. It wasn't busy at Walmart and we weren't really selling cookies, so I told my daughter, 15, to say good morning to everyone that walked by. Two men walked out of a Walmart that I had noticed walking in separately a bit earlier. As they were walking out maybe 10 feet apart, they were not together. I told my daughter to get their attention and say good morning. She said no because she said one guy looked scary, big biker guy, and the other guy was on his phone. She didn't want to be rude. Both guys had a very distinct look. Then, maybe 1 to 2 minutes later, we saw them walking out again. All parts of the scenario exactly the same, except for our reaction. We looked at each other confused, and then talked about what the hell is going on. We were both freaked out. I actually chased one of the guys to his car to ask if he had left the store twice or knew the other guy. He said no to both, and looked at me like I was crazy when I told him the story. I have chills, like whole body chills, just writing this out. It feels extra scary because my daughter and I both witnessed this glitch together. There's no way for me to write this off since we both saw the exact same thing. I can't get the experience out of my head. I need answers. Well, the only mundane explanation I can offer is it could be a prank. There's people that have twins and they go around pranking people. Maybe you're on a Instagram reel somewhere, your reaction. Could be. I think normally they tell people after the fact though, so it's probably not that. Could just be a doppelganger event, although a repeat event like this, it could even be a timeline loop. Case file number 2390, written by A.D. Leather, 8285. The color purple and the bed. I was a junior or senior in high school, so 1994 or 1995. I know that's a long time ago, but I remember this incident perfectly because it makes no sense. I was reading The Color Purple by Alice Walker in my bedroom. No one else was home, and I had to go to the bathroom. I left the book on my bed. The bathroom was right down the hall. When I returned, the book was gone. I know that I left it on my bed. Still, no one was home, and someone would have had to go up the stairs and past the bathroom door to get to my room, and it was probably 1 minute that the door was closed. I was very irritated because I was enjoying the book and it had just disappeared. I asked my mother later that evening if she'd seen it, and she told me she hadn't. Several days passed, and I remember considering whether to start a different book because I read a lot at the time, but liked to finish a book before moving on. Then I was in my bedroom, standing up near the closet, and something fell and hit me on the head. I looked down at the object that had fallen on my head, and it was my missing book. I remember feeling a weird feeling in my stomach, like I was going to throw up, that I had seen something that I wasn't supposed to see. Case file number 2391, written by A. Angelina. The Polaroid Resurrection. For context, I have a Polaroid wall on my shelf with at least 20 pictures, but never any duplicates. If you know Polaroids, you would have to take 2 pictures to get the same extra copies. Never have, even for group pictures. My boyfriend and I are going through a rough patch, and it does not validate his actions at all, but he decided to rip off 2 pictures from my wall that was from my birthday, because of the events that followed on that trip. He ripped them up in front of my face. It was a very heated moment, but it was crumpled to the best you can ruin a Polaroid. The black film part was even peeling and crumbling off where the image gets printed. During this entire ordeal, I'm texting my best friend about what he's doing. I took pictures of the Polaroids before he took them from me and destroyed them. He tossed them in my trash, and this is the part that gets me. I went back in my trash and saved them. Those were my cherished memories, and I am painfully sentimental. Also, I felt like if I kept them, I was standing up for myself in a way. so I know I was on thin ice if he found out I had saved them. I put them in my makeup bag for the time being until I tossed them into one of my drawers. So a couple days pass, and I'm thinking I have to find these Polaroids, because if he found them, it would have been a whole repeat. I'm looking in my drawers and I find them, in perfect condition, along with my other pictures. I'm tweaking at this point, trying to find a way to fact check that they were the same Polaroids. So I go back to the text I sent my best friend, and sure enough, the Polaroids matched the ones I sent him. I look in the makeup bag I had hid them in, and I still see the small pieces of the black film that got ripped up. To this day, I cannot find the crumpled or destroyed Polaroids. I haven't obviously been able to validate this with my partner, since to his knowledge those pictures don't exist anymore. I know there weren't any duplicates. I know he looked through that exact pile I'd found them in to find those pictures after I tried to hide them, before he got his hands back on them. I just don't know if it was such a high-intensity moment that something shifted. I don't know. What makes me not doubt myself is the fact that I have texts from that night, including pictures of the Polaroids before he did it, since I was sending him updates on our situation and fight in real time. This best friend also went on his birthday trip with me from where the pictures were took, so he knew which ones I was talking about. There are rare cases where items reform themselves after damage. It's like a time restoration. Also, I hope he's your ex-boyfriend at this point. Seriously. Case file number 2392, written by Bisim Tibuk, 74. When the world pretends I'm wrong. I still don't know how to explain this, but I will try my best. A friend of mine and I went to a mall called A+ near our neighborhood to dine. On the top floor, there is a local fast food chain restaurant most people know and eat at. We sit down, order, eat some chicken and salads, then leave. I also go to the gym in the same mall, and after 2 days, when I came back to work out, the place is gone. Not just closed, but turned into another establishment over the course of 48 hours? I asked the employees what happened to the other place, and they look me in the eyes like I'm crazy. The guy who owns the place told me he doesn't know what I'm talking about, and I need to leave. The name of the place, the signs and furniture, all different. Completely different place that was obviously changed, but no one acknowledges the existence of the place we used to eat at. I asked the couple that was sitting there as well, but they said they don't know what I meant either. I know it could have been bought and renovated, but the fact that no one is saying anything about it, and that this happened in 48 hours or maybe even less, is disturbing. I asked other business owners as well, but no one seems to know anything. I feel so weirded out. What is causing them to hide the truth like this? I don't drink or smoke, and I'm 20. Different reality, most likely. Case file number 2393, written by My Dog is a Grizzly Bear. The Mystery of the Fourth Dish. I haven't really had any weird experiences like this before, and I wanted to shrug it off. But my husband is a huge skeptic, and usually comes up with some explanation for everything. This stumped even him. So I was serving dinner tonight, soup. I noticed that we had 4 of these particular bowls in the cupboard. This was extremely strange and confused me immediately, because we bought this set of 4 bowls at Target many years ago. There are only the 2 of us in our house, so we would never buy 6. Anyway, about 2 years ago, we broke one of them, which bummed me out because I hate having odd numbers of dishes. So we've had 3 of them this whole time. I am 100% certain of this. I actually stopped when I opened the cupboard because I was thinking, what the hell? And said to my husband, we only have 3 of these ramen bowls, right? And he said yes, because we broke one a long time ago. And so I pulled them out and showed him all 4, and he was like, question marks? I shrugged it off. I grabbed 2 of the bowls and 2 big plates for garlic bread. As I'm getting the plates out, one crashes hard into the counter and somehow doesn't break. We both breathe a sigh of relief and head to our table and start eating. Halfway through the meal, my husband, who is not a clumsy person, suddenly drops the ramen bowl onto the big plate, and both shatter immediately. We looked at each other confused. So now we are back to 3 ramen bowls again and the broken plate, which I had almost shattered moments before. Just feels like the universe heard me and corrected its mistake? I don't know, man. It was weird, and I feel weird. I do believe the universe tries to correct its mistakes, so perhaps. Case file number 2394, written by Zivarenho. A quarter century of light, swallowed by the void. Here's the thing. Since I was 18 years old, I'm 45 now, I've been getting my hair cut by the same hairdresser at the same salon. After every haircut, I move to the chair where they wash my hair, and every single time I lie back and look at the ceiling, the bright LED light directly above the wash bin blinds me. It's so strong that I usually keep my eyes closed most of the time. I get my hair cut about every 3 weeks. Then, about 3 months ago, I went to lie down to have my hair washed, and while half squinting, I looked up at the ceiling, and the LED light wasn't there. I was a bit shocked. I said to my hairdresser, "Wow, you finally removed that bright light. Awesome." And she looked at me and asked, "What light?" I said, "The one above the wash basin. It always blinds me when you wash my hair. There's never been a light there, ever." I paused for a moment, then just said, "I must have mixed something up, sorry." But of course I hadn't. I mean, I've been getting my hair cut there for over 25 years, every 3 to 4 weeks at the most, and that ceiling light was always there. If I got my hair cut after dark, it took me 5 minutes to adjust my eyes, so I could see where I was going because of how blinding it was. And now all of a sudden, it was never there? What the hell? The salon is quite small, just 2 haircutting stations and 1 wash basin, which has always been in the exact same spot, so there's no way I could be mistaken. Case file number 2395, written by second or third account? A ghost in the signal. One time, I was alone at home. My husband and daughter were out for the day. I was having lunch in the kitchen and getting ready to leave for work. The house was quiet, and I was reading on my phone while eating. I then heard the distinct sound of a cell phone starting an outgoing phone call. The sound came from around the corner from the hall leading into the kitchen. Being in a relaxed state, my first thought was that it was my husband walking towards the kitchen, but then I remembered he was already at work for the day, and I had dropped my daughter off at school. I froze. My heart started racing, and I listened intensely. The sound disappeared, as in the phone call didn't continue. It was only the initial dialing out 3-tone sound. Do only Android phones make this sound? 1 or 2 rings, I can't remember exactly, and then dead silence. I put 911 into my phone, ready to dial out. I stayed in a state of frozen fear for quite a few minutes, listening, expecting someone to make some kind of noise, as I was sure someone else was in the house at this point. The hall leading to the kitchen was also the only way to the front door to leave, so I was essentially trapped. As the minutes went by, and the dead silence continued, I needed to do something. I grabbed a broom and called out, "Hello?" I steeled myself and went into the hall. There was nobody in the house. I checked everywhere, every closet, every room. I left to go to work, but stayed creeped out the entire day. My husband rechecked the house when he came home. We've had no other incidents or any evidence of something like an attic squatter, which was also checked. Phantom sounds from a different universe. The complexity of the multiverse is responsible for most glitches, I think. Case file number 2396, written by Reward Sure 1461, The Waterfall in Shadowless Light. So in January 2024, I went to a hotel in Niagara Falls, Canadian side. I had my 10-year-old son with me. I had a room with a spectacular view of the falls. It was a hotel closest to the falls, and floor 12, in case that's useful information. The room had 2 beds. My son fell asleep on one, and me on the other. I don't recall what time we fell asleep, sometime after 9 p.m. I find myself suddenly waking up as I sensed that I was getting too much light coming from the falls, hence I mentioned the view. I sleep in the dark. I look over to the other bed, but my son is not there. Assume he is in the bathroom, from where I sense a very dim light filtering from under the door that was shut. Before I check the bathroom, I go up to the window and close off the curtains. As I'm walking to the window, I have to pass by the entire other bed where my son was supposed to be, and from the light filtering in from the window, I can see it is empty and the covers are crumpled. After I close the curtains, I go to the bathroom and I finally notice that the bathroom lights are off. The light filtering out is too white, whereas the bathroom lights were yellow shade. I didn't think about this when I first looked over, when I didn't see my son. Plus, this all happened so quickly. So I push the bathroom door open and I don't see him. I notice the tub curtain is closed, and I see a small rectangular light filtering in there, the size of a cell phone. It was pulsating. I freak the frick out and I feel paralyzed. I call out for my son, he doesn't answer. I spend maybe hardly 5 or 6 more seconds there, though it felt like much longer, but it definitely wasn't. In these mere seconds, I am contemplating whether to rip away the curtain or not. The hotel curtains aren't exactly opaque, so all I saw was that pulsating light, but no outline or shadow of a body, only the rectangular light. In these few seconds, my mind races and reasons. Some homeless person got in the hotel room? Oh man, my 10-year-old has discovered inappropriate content. I was trying to convince myself that someone was there, even though I could see that there wasn't, because the alternative was too crazy. That was a split-second thought later, counteracted by the fact that I didn't see any figure or shadow, but there was enough light for that due to the pulsating light in there. In other words, the tub was empty, and had there been a figure for real, I suspect I would have startled them enough to charge at me, or make some noise, or move, thereby giving away their existence. Like I had mentioned that I thought someone could be there, because I didn't want to believe that I just witnessed a floating light. The former is more me trying to reason with myself than the latter, which is even more crazy. Perhaps someone with a psychological background can explain better now how fear actually works? It isn't always rational. I rushed back out before I could decide my next steps, and lo and behold, my son is on the bed where he's supposed to be. I also hear his tablet. He's watching a show. I asked him, "Where were you?" He goes, "What do you mean?" I press on more impatiently. "Where were you like just now?" "I've been here the whole time." "I don't understand what you're asking." I look back at the bathroom. It appears dark to me. I feel so messed up that I do nothing. I'm frozen. I tell my son, "Go to sleep." And I rush under the covers on my own bed, waiting anxiously to hear something or someone from the bathroom as I clutch my phone tightly. At some point, I fell asleep. I awakened the next morning and immediately rushed to the bathroom to try to find evidence of an unwelcome entry from this alleged homeless person. Nothing there, of course. I'm insanely flustered the whole time, and all the way home. For 2 to 3 days after, I tried to reason with myself about what could have happened. I even spoke with my doctor, who told me that it was probably from the extreme stress I'm under. Hence the reason for this hotel stay in the first place. But you know, I've gone through much worse things in the past, as compared to my current stressors. Which are bad, of course, but not my first rodeo in hell, let's just say that. I eventually asked my son if he was in the bathtub at the hotel that night. He looks at me as weirdly as possible for any 10-year-old boy and goes, "I wasn't. Why would I be in a bathtub in the dark?" This went on back and forth for a while as I tried to convince him to tell me the truth, aka what I think I wanted to hear and be put out of my misery quickly, and how he got back to the bed so fast without me seeing or hearing, and that he won't get in trouble if he tells me. Needless to say, I felt so foolish afterwards, interrogating a 10-year-old with this absurdity. Hence, I started my journey to get to the bottom of this. I considered contacting the hotel, but after this conversation with my son, I struggled to try to explain my thoughts. It's not to say that nice hotels can't have homeless people squatting. However, the hotel was not at all busy, due to the time and location. There was always more than enough staff there, and only one way to get in and out. And here's the kicker. When I was booking the hotel, I accidentally booked it. There are 2 by this company there, and I accidentally booked the wrong location. Only when I put it in the GPS and passed by the location I was intending to stay at did I realize this mistake. Can anyone shed any light on this? Any similar experiences? I've had déjà vu and premonitions before, but nothing like this. Well, your sun disappearing for a moment and returning. We've had another story like that just in this video, but the light is different. What would produce that? First the mysterious white light, and then the pulsating light in the bathtub. Case file number 2397, written by Remarkable Mix 8937. 30 roosters, 3 dogs, and 1 truck driver. I'm a truck driver, and I was driving through Atoka, Oklahoma. I took to my right and see 3 dogs in the yard, real dogs all frozen in place. All 3 dogs were looking in the same direction, not moving a single muscle. Once I pass the dogs, I see about 30 roosters also frozen in place, looking in the same direction as the dogs. None of these animals were moving. I slowed my truck down to make sure I was actually seeing what I thought, and no, their owner was not outside in the yard. As soon as I spotted the dogs, I got a very strange feeling in my stomach. You know the feeling when someone tells you bad news and you feel your stomach drop? That feeling that something didn't feel right, something wasn't right? I've had many glitches before, but nothing like this. I also lost all cell signal the very moment I spotted the frozen in place animals. It was the most eerie feeling I've ever had, even if it didn't last very long. Case file number 2398, written by Manzana Magica. Reality update with extra cheese. Today, I had a doctor's appointment. Nothing serious, just allergies and the like. So I drove to where he has his practice. Upon arrival, I noticed the place had no parking, but right across the narrow street, there was a very well-known chain pharmacy that actually did. It had a sign that said, "Customers only parking." So I stopped, blinkers on, for a sec by the curb to ponder whether I should park, then go buy some Tylenol, and then cross over to the doctor's office. A few minutes later, I decided against it and, since I had some time, went around the area looking for street parking somewhere close. A difficult task, since in most streets are for residents with a special credential. A few minutes later, luckily enough, I found a parking spot that didn't require said credential. So I parked and walked a few blocks to the doctor's office. The doctor saw me. I spent probably a maximum of 40 minutes in the building and gave me a prescription. I commented, "Oh cool, there's a pharmacy right across the street. I'll grab the meds there." He replied, "Yeah, awesome, let me know how it goes." I walk out of the building aiming for the pharmacy. But when I look up, inside of the pharmacy, there was a Papa John's corner shop? I was completely flabbergasted. I stood on the corner looking around the area, and even the pavement details were the same as when I had stopped to think if I should park in that same spot in the pharmacy. The same cars were parked in all the other places. The street number was the same. I don't know if I'm still a bit in shock. Strange glitches have happened to me before, but not this evidently. Case file number 2399, written by Sleepy Neko. Honey barbecue sorcery. This happened a few days ago, but I just remember the details with such lucidity. I'm so sure there was some type of glitch going on here. Here's the story. My girlfriend and I were making 2 types of wings, 1 tray of honey barbecue and 1 tray of sweet buffalo. We got 2 packages of wings, 1 had 8 and 1 had 7. We liked the sweet buffalo better, so we put the 8 of the sweet buffalo on 1 tray and 7 of the honey barbecue on the other. This is something I remember very well because I was the one who did the honey barbecue, and I can clearly imagine the way I put it on the tray. When they came out, we each took 6. I actually did not look back at the trays at this point, but I counted 6 wings for each of us on our plates, 3 of each wing type. I went back for seconds and was surprised. 2 of each wing type was left. I was so confused, and I immediately alerted my girlfriend. She was also extremely confused about how we somehow acquired an extra honey barbecue wing. I'm 100% sure we both took 6 at first, and that there was 7 of the honey barbecue, so I have zero clue how we got an extra wing. All's well that ends well though, because now we're both able to have the same amount, instead of one having more than the other. I genuinely have no clue where the extra wing came from, and how it happened. Extremely strange and confusing glitch. The classic case of multiverse wing theft. Case file number 2400, written by Easy Silence 1. Not your average TV show. Recently, I was standing in my living room looking towards a TV, and for a split second, I experienced what I can only uninventively describe as a visual glitch. The weird thing was, it was a space in front of the TV, not the TV itself. It felt almost computerized and just not right. I experienced this twice on separate days. This is likely where my bias or the power of suggestion comes in, because after it happened, it felt like it was something I wasn't meant to see. But aside from that thought, I consider myself to be quite rational, though open. And my logical brain was thinking, maybe something weird happened with my eyes or even brain? I don't have a way to describe it better or explain it. And honestly, I just tucked it away and kind of forgot about the experience. I think you're talking of the black dot, which we've had rare stories of over the past years. It's an area that is simply non-existent, like the universe isn't completely full or properly built, but only for a small amount of time. It fades pretty quickly, within minutes at most, usually seconds. There is a possibility that this was some sort of migraine aura, but given that you don't talk about any pain afterwards, it's less likely. And if it is that, it'll keep happening. So I do recommend going to the doctor, just get checked out to be sure. But this certainly could be a glitch, and it's one of the most disturbing ones in my opinion, because I don't want reality to be unstable. Case file number 2401, written by No Bother. Refilled by the universe? I'll drink to that. I was awake in bed while my partner got up and went to the bathroom, then came back to the living area to make coffee. We were chatting while he prepared and brought it over, and sat down on the bed with me. I had a glass of water from the night before on the dresser beside me. I drank the rest of the water left and found myself still thirsty. But I made do with the coffee because I couldn't be bothered to get up yet. We kept chatting for some time before I noticed my glass is suddenly full of water. Asking my partner if he refilled it somehow. He said he only made the coffee. And I realized I'd emptied the glass right before he sat down with me, and none of us had gotten up since then. The water was closer to room temperature than cold, and the glass had tiny air bubbles all over the inside like it had been sitting there. If he were to fill it for me, it would have been ice cold as he always makes it. I chalked it down to being a glitch and happily drank my water. I'd probably be cautious about drinking it, but that's just me. Reminds me of the story where the guy was just drinking his beer and it kept refilling itself. The universe was providing. Case file number 2402, written by Shoddy Advertising 165. ... What? I woke up at 6:30 a.m. today, and my mom woke up around the same time. She went to the upstairs bathroom first for a few minutes, and then I went in at around 6:37. Nothing had been out of the ordinary up until this point. But when I stepped into the bathroom, I noticed black dots everywhere. On the rug, on the floor around the sink, and even 2 of them on the toilet. I honestly thought it was something my mom did, but she said she didn't see any of these dots. And we both realized neither of us did it. These dots were scattered across the whole bathroom, but faintly. They were only very visible on the rug. These were also placed in a way that it looked like someone made them intentionally. What's even weirder is that the dots look exactly like mascara dots. I tested it. I took my mascara wand, made a dot on some toilet paper, and it matched the dots on the floor perfectly in both size and shape. The mascara was also still up on the shelf, so I'm pretty sure it wasn't accidental. The scariest part, the dots were completely dry. The time gap between when my mom went in and I went in was only about 7 minutes, so I don't know how they could have dried so fast. I also checked the mascara tube, and there's nothing odd about it. I don't think it's sleep related or anything like that. We also don't have a motion camera, so no way of tracking what happened. The only thing I can think of is that there's a roof window above the bathroom, but it was tightly closed, so I don't think that's the issue. I don't think anything leaked. Case file number 2403, written by Wolf Wrights 89. My cat, the interdimensional thief. In August last year, my bestie and I were super excited to go shop the Halloween decor at Michael's craft store. We went and did some serious damage, each buying a bunch of items. One in particular that I was excited about was a white cabinet that's probably 8 by 11, with random little oddities in it. A fake bird skull, some little apothecary jars, things like that. Bestie got one too. I brought my purchases home, and since it was only August, I put all the bags on the dining room table. We rarely eat there, so it's usually piled with random stuff. Fast forward a month, and I was excited to finally decorate for spooky season. I asked my husband to get stuff out of storage, and I started unpacking those bags from Michael's. As I was unpacking things, I realized the white cabinet was missing. I went back into the dining room and started looking everywhere. I cleaned off the entire table, pulled out all the chairs. When I didn't find it there, I went out and looked in my car, under the seats, in the trunk, everywhere. I asked my husband if he'd seen it. He said no. To be fair, I have ADHD, so losing something isn't uncommon, so I asked him to look. He did the exact same thing I did. He pulled out the chairs, checked my car, searched every reasonable and unreasonable place in the entire house. When it was nowhere to be found, I called my bestie to ask her if I'd actually bought it at all. She said yes, she was sure I did. All I could figure was that we were either both mistaken, or maybe I'd somehow left it in the cart. It bugged me like crazy, but I accepted that it wasn't at my house. I went to order it on the website, but it was sold out. I went back to the store, and the white ones were gone, but I ended up buying a similar black one. A couple more weeks go by, and it's a few days before Halloween. I woke up one morning and was doing morning feedings for my pets. One of my cats likes to be a brat and makes you come find her for feeding time. It's a game for her. She jingles the bells on her collar and you have to find her. So I'm looking and hear her bells in the dining room. I go to grab her. She's sitting on the table. I come around so I can reach her, and as soon as I look down, there's the white cabinet. It's sitting on the chair right behind her. That chair is her favorite one. My husband and I had both picked her up out of it dozens of times since the cabinet was missing, so there's zero chance it had been there the whole time. My husband isn't a prankster, and he swears up and down he didn't find it and put it there. This cat is a weird one, getting out of closed rooms and once bringing me a feather, even though she's indoors only and there's nowhere for her to have gotten a feather. So we joke that she must have gotten into the void to find the cabinet for me. A reasonable supposition. Case file number 2404, written by Mill2222. Blocked in, spooked out. A little less than a year ago, my sister and I had just finished helping our grandmother with some household chores, as she is in poor health and can't do much on her own. She lives in a large, rural condo complex, 6 or 7 buildings with about 15 to 30 units varying per building, with multiple driveways and intersections connecting the parking lots. There isn't any designated parking, so I parked my car as close as I could to her unit. When my sister and I were about to get in my car, another vehicle pulled up and parked directly behind us, so we couldn't leave, the passenger side door being just inches away from my bumper. I don't remember the exact make and model, but I do remember it was a gray SUV, late 2000s or early 2010s. A slightly overweight, middle-aged blonde woman stepped out of the driver's side and briefly apologized to us for boxing us in, claiming she was just unloading her groceries and would only be a minute. It was broad daylight, and there were other people around at the time, so the last thing I expected was foul play. We said it was fine, since we weren't in a hurry, and got in my car. I started it since she said she wouldn't be long. No problem, right? There were a set of concrete stairs adjacent to the parking lot we were in that led to the nearest building, the one my grandma's unit is in, just feet away from where we parked. I thought she would go down them, but for some reason, she didn't. After she opened the hatch of her car and had a bag in each hand, we watched her slowly walk all the way across the parking lot to a totally different building, not even remotely close to where either of us were parked. Heading inside one of the units on the complete opposite side of the parking lot. I didn't think much of it at first, but I brought it up to my sister that it was odd that she parked so far away from her destination. She mentioned that she could just be making a delivery for someone and not actually live there, being unfamiliar with the area. It was a valid point, but this woman was clearly walking a linear path to this far-off building, and didn't appear to be looking around at the other units like she was searching for something. Not to mention, the parking lot was far enough away from most of the buildings where you couldn't see the numbers on the doors. To add one more layer of legitimacy, there were notably plenty of vacant parking spots that were much closer to her destination. In fact, the whole lot just happened to be half empty at the time. And after bringing those points up to my sister, she shrugged me off and told me I was overthinking it. Granted, I wasn't about to believe that this woman blocked us from leaving on purpose, yet. But she did come back and make another few trips before she was finished, going back the same way she came multiple times. I was starting to get annoyed as we sat there for several minutes with her car still behind us. I'm not sure exactly how long it was, but it was long enough for me to shut my car back off. When I saw the woman finally come back and get in her car, I started mine up again, pulling out right behind her as soon as she moved. It seemed like my sister was right about her being there for a delivery, as she was heading for the exit the same way we were. That, or she did live there and just had somewhere else to be after putting her groceries away. Anyway, that didn't matter, because what came after shocked me to my core. I had followed her through the parking lot and down a driveway that eventually leads to the main road. There are a ton of kids that live in the complex, so the residents are adamant about people driving slow. Plenty of speed bumps and slow watch for children signs. That said, the woman in the SUV came to a stop sign and turned right, turning behind one of the buildings at the edge of the driveway just out of my line of sight. But when I came to the same stop sign and turned the same right, she was gone, like not where she should have been. Her car was out of my line of sight for what should have been a couple of seconds when she turned that right. But when I made the same right, it was nowhere to be seen. There are no other roadways this car could have taken at this point. This is just a straight part of the driveway that leads to the main road. It's also lined with several speed bumps. But even if the speed bumps weren't there, and this woman decided to floor it as soon as she made the turn, I would have had more than enough time to see her taillights before she turned onto the main road. There is no logical explanation as to how this could have happened. I'm not a big believer in paranormal, but the complexity of it even made me rethink if there was some inexplicable reason she parked behind me in the first place, and kept me and my sister there for as long as she did. My head was racing the whole time home, and I couldn't stop talking about it to my sister, who agreed it was weird, but clearly wasn't as spooked as I was. She's always been better at keeping her cool than me, but this was different. Did I see or not see something I should or shouldn't have? It still haunts me to this day. But perhaps what bothers me most is that I still bring it up to my sister on occasion. And every time I do, she still has the same attitude as the day it happened, often brushing it off as just our minds playing tricks on us. I don't know if she's in denial or just playing it cool for my sake, but I know what I saw. Most likely just a space-time portal. Baby. Case file number 2405, written by Revolving Radio. Dreams, Trolls, and a Pharmacy. On Halloween, I take a lot of supplements and a few prescription meds, so I use a large box, 8x4, to keep them organized. On October 30th, I filled the pill box in my kitchen where I keep the bottles and brought it to my bedroom. The next morning, I woke up from a disturbing dream with this feeling that something bad had happened. I shook it off. First thing, I go to take my pills and I can't find the box. I clearly remember filling it and bringing it into my room. I search more thoroughly, but it's not there. Then I widen the search, thinking maybe I left it in the kitchen. Nothing. Then I searched every place I could think in the house. Still nothing. I grilled my teens. One remembers seeing it in my bedroom. The other hasn't seen it, but thinks it's funny that I should suspect them. I didn't really believe my kids would mess with my meds, but at this point I was desperate. 2 days of searching and I finally gave up. Luckily, I had some backup meds, so it didn't impact anything other than my mental health. 2 months later, we're opening the pantry cabinet and both of us instantly see the pill box laying on top of jars of spices? What the hell? Not only did I search this cabinet originally, but I had been in it multiple times over the past 2 months, and I was not there. All the pills were still inside. No explanation. More about the dream. In it, I was pregnant, going into labor, and trying to find a place to have the baby. The dream itself wasn't disturbing, but the feeling I had when I woke up was dark. I realized the dream reminded me of a book I just read, The Changeling, by Victor Lavelle. In the book, a woman is in labor on her way to the hospital when her subway train stops. She gives birth in the dark on the train. The baby is swapped with a changeling by a magical creature, a troll. So I felt like my unconscious was giving me a message about what happened, that it may be that the pill bottle reappears at some point. Dreams can tell us a lot. Our subconscious is clawing at the tendrils of information that we can't perceive, not consciously. Maybe to a greater extent than we can imagine. Maybe not even directly just in our surroundings, but even beyond. Case file number 2406, written by Internal Tune 828, The Half-Blood Stone. So here's my story, which spans several years. When I was a teenager, don't remember the exact age, maybe around 16, I bought a moonstone at a fair. For whatever reason, I left it on a bathroom shelf over the course of several days. One morning, I found the stone cut in half in its usual place. In theory, it could have fallen to the floor and split. I was confused about how this had happened, and asked my mom, wondering if she had dropped it and somehow only put half of it back on the shelf. She said she had no idea and had neither dropped it nor put it back up. I searched the bathroom for the other half but never found it. I even looked in the cat's litter box. My mom said she hadn't vacuumed that day, so it couldn't have been sucked up. One could maybe come up with explanations, but they all seemed very unlikely. And the missing half of the stone was never found anywhere else. I kind of shrugged it off, although I sometimes told someone about it. I always considered it strange. I kept the remaining half of the stone and stored it in a decorative glass jar for several years with many other gemstones. Besides the white moonstone, I only owned like 2 other, bigger stones of a different color, while the rest were tiny, so no way to somehow confuse any of them. I would look at the stones from time to time. At around the age of 22, I was living in my own apartment, alone, and one day emptied the glass jar to have a look at all the other stones again. Strangely, the moonstone was missing and I was really confused about how I could have lost it. Again, I shrugged it off as a weird coincidence, thinking I must have just somehow lost the other half now. Time passed. I was still living in the mentioned apartment. Someday I was lying awake at night and had one of these moments, musing about stuff like magic and manifestation, wondering if there could be any truth to it at all. Over the years, I had experienced quite a few strange things, but at the same time, I always refused to believe in anything not proven. That night, however, I concentrated very strongly on asking the universe to please give me a sign if it could hear me, and if any of it was true. I remembered the moonstone and basically told the universe, "If you can hear me, let the moonstone reappear." Thinking that if I looked into the glass jar in the morning and it was back, there would be no way I could ever doubt the existence of some kind of magic. When I woke up the next morning, I remember my little dialogue. By the light of day, it seemed really stupid. Kind of rolling my eyes at myself, I thought, I know the damn stone won't be there, of course, but let's just take a look. Yes, it was back. Well, the cut-in-half version of it. Just resting on top of all the other gemstones in the jar, very prominently, as if it had always been there. I must have stood there like an idiot, staring at it for several minutes. The weird story had now gained yet another chapter to tell someone about. I still own the stone. Since that last time, nothing ever happened again. I'm almost 40 now. But part of me has always been wondering if someday, somehow, the missing half might mysteriously reappear. I always thought it would be a great story finale if I met a man who owns the other half. I have to admit, I'm still skeptical about magic being real. If there is something to it, the universe is probably a bit pissed at me now. But well, rationality just kicked in again. I mean, there has to be a very mundane, very logical explanation for all of it, right? Right? Not really. Maybe not magical in the mystical sense, but hard to explain? Sure. Case file number 2407, written by The Invisible Cats. One sock in the bin, one sock in the Twilight Zone. This happened over a year ago, but it remains, albeit small, one of the most unexplainable glitches I've ever experienced. I went through a pretty standard series of actions a little after arriving home. Took off my socks and threw them in the laundry bin, grabbed a towel, and went to go take a shower. These three things happened within about a minute. It's not a long walk from my bedroom to the bathroom either. They're almost directly next to each other. I take a shower, I open the curtain to get out, and I'm greeted by a sock falling directly in front of my face and onto the ground. Same brand as I'd just worn that day, my sock. Okay, so I'm thinking a few things. If the sock had been on top of the curtain rod, for whatever reason, how hadn't it fallen when I opened the curtain? Had it been balanced just right as to where getting in the shower didn't cause it to fall off, but getting out did? If this wasn't the case, where did it fall from? The ceiling? But the real question I'm asking myself is, how many socks are left in the top of the laundry bin? I towel off and enter my room. 1. There's one sock left in the top of the laundry bin. It appears that its sibling had decided to transport itself to the bathroom, in the air. Weird. Well, you know how socks always go missing in the dryer. Who the hell knows what's going on with clothing, but I'm pretty sure it's just portals. So many things are just portals. Literally like the game Portal, but without the gun shooting them. That would be cool to have. Case file number 2408, written by Similar Stranger 8580. The Canine Deck. Yesterday, I came home from work and wanted to relax outside on my deck for a few minutes. I took my dog out with me. She went outside first and was really happy, and she ran to the end of the deck. I was on my phone for a bit, but was listening out for her. And I noticed I didn't hear her for a while and wondered what she was up to. She usually explores the deck, but then comes back and sits on a chair next to me. About 10 to 15 minutes pass, and I decide to go inside the house and call her. And she does not come. That's not unusual. I know she probably wanted to stay out longer because the weather is nice. So I did what I usually do. I went to the door, called her one more time, and then was planning to forcefully close it. When she hears the door, she'll come running towards it. When I enter the house, she runs around the corner from the kitchen towards me. It was absolutely impossible for her to get into the house without me letting her in. When I let her out, minutes earlier, I let her go first and I felt happy she could get some sunshine. The previous days have been raining and miserable. The one thing I did find unusual, besides the fact she teleported, when I let her out is, she ran to the end of the deck as usual, but she didn't pace and make noise, like she usually does checking everything out. She just ran to the end, and it went quiet. Portals! See, I'm going mad like the guy with the crazy hair saying aliens. Now it's just portals. But what else would it be? Case file number 2409, written by Fioretica. The hospital parking lot heist, without a thief. There are two strange episodes that I've never been able to explain. I had parked in front of a friend's house the night before. In the morning, he said to me, "Can you move the car further forward? Because maybe the neighbor can't maneuver with her car." Okay, I go to move it, but I remember having to put it right next to the wall. The car was moved at least 2 meters. I told my friend. He laughed at me, thinking I didn't remember. I asked him to look at the external camera of his house. The last movement recorded was the night before, When I had parked next to the wall, no movement detected until the morning. The image was of the moved car, handbrake and gear lever engaged. Another episode 1 year ago, I went to the hospital. I parked my car in the free parking lot. I remember seeing in front a sign drawn on the cement wall that reminded me of something and made me smile. When I left the hospital, I went back to the parking lot and I couldn't find my car where it was. First thought, I parked where I shouldn't have. It must have been moved or towed and taken away by the tow truck. I looked in front of where there was a guardrail. It wasn't blocking any passage, and then all the cars next to mine were there, like before. Second thought, someone stole it. But in the hospital? It seems so incredible to me. I think they must have cameras, and that in any case the only possible thing, being far from home, is this. I started walking, but looking back from afar, I saw my car. Totally in another place, turned in the opposite direction I put it. And then it's in the middle of the bus lane. I would never have parked there. Besides the fact that I remembered very well how and where I had parked. Could they have moved it? But what would be the reason in a hospital to take it out of the proper parking spot and put her in the middle of a bus lane? The car was locked. I have never been able to understand what happened. Well, I've seen prank videos where people roll up under the wheel of the car, these platforms that are also wheeled, but you load 4 on each side and you can basically push the car easily, just 1 or 2 people. But that doesn't make sense. This isn't really a prank. Moving it into the bus lane, that's just cruel. But to be honest, I don't know what else would fit. I mean, I don't think it's a portal in this case, sadly, because the car was stationary parked. Yeah, I mean, a different universe, but then in that universe, why would you have parked in the bus lane? I don't know. This one has me stumped. Very weird. Case file number 2410, written by No Bother, mugged by a glitch. Here's another glitch for you, the latest one to have happened. Much to my delight, I was chilling in my bed when my partner started making me a coffee. He grabbed a mug and said, "You'll get this nice mug." I could see it from the bed because our flat is open space, and I said, "Oh, it's my fave, a bright orange mooming mug with white creatures. The first in my small collection, and none of the others are similar." He brought it over, I sipped on it and chatted for a bit before he went to his office space in the other room. A little later, I went to him and brought my mug. Then I went back to the living room, realized I forgot my mug, and went back to his office to get it. I was confused to not see mine on the desk, just 2 others. He sometimes has more than one. I checked the living room again before returning to the office, and saying, "Oh, I guess that one's mine?" The one mug that was also Mooming design. That's when I realized it's not the one he picked out for me. He couldn't remember the design he picked, and I couldn't really remember if it was a bright orange one when he gave it to me. He said he almost picked another one, a gray Moomin. Anyway, I went to check the cupboard and the bright orange one wasn't there. Most of our mugs were in the dishwasher that we ran the night before, so I checked, and there it was, in the back of the dishwasher. I'm certain it was the bright orange one he picked from the start, and I saw it ever so clearly and remarked on how much I love that one. At first I thought maybe I'm stuck in a brain fog and confusing days, but the day before I remember drinking from one of his larger mugs that he also prepared for me. And I prefer my Mooming mugs because of the smaller size, so it stood out in memory. I get so stoked whenever something like this happens. Honestly, I understand. Only small glitches happen to me. Tennis ball vanishing and Mandela effect when it comes to Stargate, an episode I don't remember existing. Kind of makes you doubt your own sanity, but not enough where you're panicking. Just, it's weird. Now time for the dad jokes of the day. My son said to me, "Dad, today I watched someone do 50 push-ups. Do you think you could do that?" I said, "Of course, son. I don't want to brag, but I could probably watch someone do 100 push-ups. Yeah, if you observe, you don't get any benefits, but it still counts, right? If someone gave you $1,000 because you are ugly, would you take the money?" "Absolutely. I'm ugly, not stupid. If they find me ugly but give me $1,000, I mean, cool." Would it kill the makers of avocados to just put a different toy inside? I have like 50 wooden balls already. Hey, those toys can make more avocados, so pretty neat. My wife sat me down and said, if I ever die, I don't want you to live out your days lonely. I tried to push it aside. Oh no, honey, don't worry, that won't happen. She persisted. Look, I mean it. I want you to move on, to find someone else and be happy. Maybe even remarry. Promise me. So I relented. Okay, I understand, I promise. Oh, but please don't let her wear my clothes. So I said, oh, don't worry, she's not your size. He's already got options. What do you call an obese clairvoyant? A fortune teller. That one's really good. Barack Obama walked into a bar, but he was invisible. After attracting the bartender's attention, the bartender said, okay, I'll bite. Why are you invisible? Well, I found a bottle on the beach. I rubbed it, and a genie came out and said I could have 3 wishes. For my first wish, I said, let me say this, and this is profoundly important. I want Michelle to marry me. I love her, and I think America will love her too. That wish was granted. For my second wish, I said, like all good Americans, I am deeply patriotic, and I want to be president of the United States so I can serve my country. That wish was granted too. And then for my third wish, I started by saying, let me be clear. Whoops. Always got to be careful with genies. I'm terrified of them. At dinner, my date leaned in and said, you're in luck tonight because I'm every letter of the alphabet except 1. Intrigued, I asked, what do you mean? She smirked and said, I'm naughty. Give it a second. Last night, someone broke into my home and took a dozen eggs, but they left a saucepan filled with warm water. Police believe it was poachers. What did the seaman say when he found out that his wife had sex in exchange for 5 acres and a new house? Land ho! Last night, I had a horrifying dream that disco was actually making a comeback. At first, I was afraid. I was petrified. My girlfriend left me a note on the fridge this morning that said, this isn't working. So I called her and told her the fridge was working perfectly. I got pulled over today, and the cop asked if I know why he pulled me over. I replied, is it because you want to see how tall I am? He said, step out of the car, sir. See, I knew it. I can tolerate algebra, maybe even calculus, but geometry is where I draw the line. Honestly, yes, outside of the joke, I don't like geometry. I can handle numbers, but shapes and angles? Ugh. Singing in the shower is great, until you get shampoo in your mouth. Then it's just a soap opera. Have you heard that the Hulk started recycling recently? He's going green. The president needs to put deodorant on. He has a lingering musk. Whatever you think of Elon Musk, I actually think he's pretty cool. But yeah, he's definitely entwined with the presidency right now. My girlfriend told me she wanted to see a diamond on our anniversary, so I took her to a baseball game. I got thrown out of my local park after arranging the squirrels by height. They didn't like me criticizing. Once upon a time, there was a king that was only 12 inches tall. He was a terrible king, but he made a great ruler. Did you know a bowling alley is the quietest place in the world? You can hear a pin drop. My wife yelled from upstairs, honey, do you ever get a shooting pain across your body, like somebody has a voodoo doll of you and they're stabbing it? I replied, no. How about now? I always wondered if those worked. I don't think they do, but just the intent is what matters right now. Trump is selling a gold card that quickly gets you citizenship. I heard they're thinking of calling it the American Express Gold Card. I guess that fits. My wife convinced me to get orthopedic insoles. I thought it was a dumb idea at first. I stand corrected. My doctor told me I had a very good prostate. I was deeply touched. Way too deep. My friend named his dogs Rolex and Timex. They are his watchdogs. Nice. I said to my sheepdog, "There's a rumor going around that you can also help with my cattle." He replied, "That's not what I heard." My coworkers always laugh at my jokes during in-person meetings, but never when we meet via Zoom. When I asked why, they said, "They're not remotely funny." I went to a psychic today, knocked on the door, she asked, "Who is it?" I turned around and left. Well, yeah, if they can't know ahead of time, they're not it. Teacher, what do you mean you ate your homework? Why would you do this? Student, because you said it would be a piece of cake. Yeah, he wanted to make sure, but apparently you were lying. Maybe not, because the student did eat all of it, so it must have tasted pretty good. Which country never loses at sports, but also never wins? Thailand. Always a draw. Wife, trying to open a can of tuna. Our can opener is broken. Husband, so it's a can't opener? I can't believe I married you. Well, he's not wrong. Just a warning if you're buying a watch on Amazon. I learned the hard way that if it says you can swim with it, this only applies if you can already swim without it. 8 bees can kill you, but if you add one more bee, you are safe, because it's B9. What do you call a cult that is hard to get into? Difficult. When my wife was in labor, I told her jokes to distract her from the pain, but she didn't laugh at all. Must have been the delivery. My wife died because I couldn't remember her blood type. She was always strong. Even in her last breath, she was insisting, "Be positive! Be positive!" But it's hard to be positive without her. Why do sperm cells look like commas and apostrophes? They often interrupt periods and lead to contractions. I saw a man being beat up by 3 dudes and I jumped in to help. He didn't stand a chance against the 4 of us. What's it called when you drink holy water mixed with laxatives? A religious movement. Holy, you know what. My girlfriend unexpectedly dumped me shortly after her organ transplant. She said she had a change of heart. Come on. Like the video, subscribe, hit the bell. Kinetic Symphony, signing off.